Good morning to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all of you for Confluence 2022, the 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering. Even though we would have liked to invite you to our campus and have the keynote session in person, current world scenario impede us from doing so. Luckily, we are grateful to have the opportunity to keep keynote session in a virtual mode so that our students can reap the seeds from the knowledge gathered in the session. Today, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Dr. Shampa Chakravarti. Ma'am is a professor and head of the Computer Engineering Division at Netaji Subhash University of Technology and SIT Delhi. Ma'am has contributed diligently in the fields of meta-heuristic-based design exploration of multiprocessor embedded systems, reconfigurable computing, context-based text classification, database security, and adaptive e-governance systems, and is a woman of distinct vision. Ma'am has delivered extensive lectures over the EduSet network and IGNOU, and has provided technical consultancy to various organizations such as DRDO and Chartered Accountant of India. Professor Chakravarti was awarded the ISTE Rajaram Bapu Patil National Award 2008 for creative work done in technical education in recognition of her outstanding contribution in the area of innovations in teaching, development of laboratories, and organization of workshops, conferences, and continuing education. Ma'am, you are an idol of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to many of us. And with so much on board, you hardly need any introduction. We cordially invite you to the platform to share a few words with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Chawla. And it's indeed a pleasure for me to be with all of you here. And despite the pandemic and everything, it gives such a feeling of elation that all of us academicians and students and learners and teachers, we are all together, maybe at a larger scale than would have been possible if we were physically there. So welcome, everyone. I would today, like to just highlight a particular area of technology, which is really a disruptive technology in the big data scenario. And that is blockchain. Artificial intelligence has been making its presence felt for quite some time now. But blockchain is really, really disruptive and is changing the way things are with data. So when we talk of data, so my idea here is basically to show what kind of researches is possible when we combine these two technologies, blockchain and AI, and apply it on big data. So when we think of big data analytics or data mining, data warehousing, etc., we think of how to gather knowledge, how to get insights into the data. But there are other aspects of data which perhaps has been ignored for a long time. And that is who controls data? Who owns data? Is it owned by the government? Is it owned by certain organizations? Or is it something which is owned by all people? Coming to think of it, data is contributed by each and every person. I contribute data, you contribute data, everyone who is on the social network contributes data. Even people who are offline contribute to data. So doesn't it make sense that data should belong to everybody rather than to governments and to institutions? Enter blockchain. Okay, and I think I'll just give you a rough idea to illustrate how it is changing the world, how it is changing the way we interact with each other, the way we conduct transactions, the way we handle our finances, etc. So on to. Yeah. So we're talking of blockchain and artificial intelligence, which are really transformational technologies, as I already said. And just to give you an idea of how big this has grown, this is a graph which I've got from Statista. The growth of blockchain itself. 2016, it was 200 million, and 2021, it was $2 billion US. So just see the growth in a matter of just 5 years. Tremendous growth. So what is it that blockchain really does? So I'm not here to tell you the technicalities of blockchain and how it functions and all that, but I'm here to tell you the impact that it has and what can we do in what forays can we make in the world of research. So the main thing is that blockchain secures and democratizes data in a distributed environment. I'm not on my presentation mode, so I can't use my pointer. I hope it's clear. I wish I could be in the presentation mode, but I hope it's clear. Is it clear, Dr. Chawla? Yeah. Okay. This word is very important. Democratizes data in a distributed environment. So we all know what is a distributed environment. It's a connection of so many computers together, a networked system of computers. So in a distributed environment, data has to be data, resources, computational resources, everything is owned by somebody. Now, for the first time, blockchain has made it possible for data to be owned by everybody. So let's see. Point number one, cryptographically secures data in a chain of transactions replicated at all mining nodes. Maybe most of you know that a blockchain is really a network of mining nodes, and there is a chain which is called a blockchain of transactions. It is cryptographically secured. So as I said, I'm not going into the technical details, but see the impact. Cryptographically secured data. So it is absolutely secure. Second, decentralizes control of data through consensus mechanisms. Now, for the first time, we have a scenario where control of data is totally decentralized. We don't have a Reserve Bank of India or the Reserve Bank of any other country or any government controlling data. It is total decentralization, decentralized control of data. How it is achieved? It is achieved through this consensus or voting mechanism, which is secure. Third, it generates immutable audit trails of transactions, immutable, unchangeable, permanent audit trails. So everyone, it's so transparent. Everyone knows what is the series of transactions that is going on, and that cannot be changed. Fourth, it tracks the genesis and provenance of data, how it has arisen, how data has, how it took birth, and where all did it go. So, and this is the fourth point. The next point is blockchains can hold small code called smart contracts to enable collaborative action when certain preconditions are met. And this is also very important. So if you want to make a contract, we all know what's a contract. It's an understanding, it's a legal understanding between two entities. Now we have these smart contracts which are there in the blockchain and which automatically execute when certain preconditions are met. So that's another thing there, which means that everyone can, engage in a business where a contract is made or a transaction where a contract is made, and it is immutable, it is transparent, it is secure. And there are certain other technicalities, allows distributed data storage and data processing. So far, the entire data used to be stored at one place. Whoever owns, Google owns, well, all the data is with Google. Amazon owns, all the data is with Amazon. Now what is possible is data can be distributed anywhere, in my computer, your computer, or in any other computer. And we all own that data. Now, see what an impact it has in society. That means we are challenging the tech giants. For the first time, we are actually challenging the tech giants and say, okay, guys, you do not have all the data belongs to us. So we have every right to process the data, to act on the data, to do business on that data. All right. So blockchains may be public, private, consortium, or what is called blockchain as a service. So these are certain examples. You can go through them. There are plenty of material in each one of them. So this, I hope I've been able to make it clear, the impact of blockchain in society. Okay, next comes artificial intelligence. And we all know about it. It's been talked about and hyped quite a lot. And once again, 2000 onwards, it has been projected till 2021 from 300 million US dollars. It came to 7,000 almost $8,000 in 2021. And it is projected that by 2030, artificial intelligence business will touch $1 trillion. That is the impact of AI now. Everywhere artificial intelligence is there. So we cannot ignore this technology, and let's see what this technology, how this has transformed the world. Okay. Now, while blockchain democratizes data, if I may say so, artificial intelligence endows meaning to the data. It extracts insights from the data. That's the main thing. So let's see, learning from massive amounts of historical data. Now, this data is collected from apps, from social media, from IoT devices, and there are billions and billions of IoT devices everywhere. So it learns from all that historical data. It makes inferences, which means intelligent and logical decisions from data. It provides adaptivity. Now, this is new things that are happening. That means it responds to real-time data, not just historical data, but now it is continuously adapting to real-time data and improving its learning and making decisions according to the new situations, right? Perception, interacting seamlessly with human beings and with the environment. It's doing optimization, searching the right strategies, planning, that is pre-deciding alternative paths to any goal. And for example, robotics uses all the above capabilities of artificial intelligence in an integrated manner. So here I have a situation where there is one technology which sort of learns from the data, adapts to the data, makes decisions on the data, and continuously interacts with the environment. And on the other hand, I have this other guy, the blockchain, which allows data to be secure, unchangeable, distributed over everywhere, and having decentralized control. For a second, just see what a combo they can make. So the next is the combination, which can really be awesome. So let's see this. We have blockchain and we have artificial intelligence. So for instance, blockchain is distributed, it's a distributed environment. AI is local. It's the AI agent is working on some local machine. And obviously here, blockchain adds on to AI and makes data, when you combine both of them, what is the effect? Well, the effect is that AI depends upon data. And if I think many of us have done, machine learning projects and, works and things like that. We all know that data collection is very, very, very difficult. The major part is collecting and having data. So when I have AI on a distributed environment, obviously I have much more data, much more computing power, much more fault tolerance. Applications, well, it's in the infrastructure field like energy, mobile apps. There is something called distributed mobile apps. Now, nowadays, we have distributed mobile apps, not just mobile apps. What's happening? What's happening is that now artificial intelligence is not just on your mobile, but everywhere. And the data is also collected from everywhere. So see the power, the combined power. Then we have blockchain, which is decentralized, AI, which is centralized. And the combined impact is that I now have decentralized collaborative intelligence. So intelligence is not just of one AI agent, but of multiple AI agents. So it's as if there are several intelligent beings all over the world, entities, agents all over the world combined together. So I have collaborative intelligence. And the immediate application that comes to mind is cryptocurrency. All right. Blockchain is security oriented. AI is knowledge and decision oriented. What will be the combination? I have secure learning and secure decision making. Just imagine an AI agent, it is learning from data. But what if that data was not secure? What if that data was generated artificially, as is happening today? So often the advertisers give data or make data which is actually manipulated. It's not secure. And now I have a situation where the blockchain security combines with AI to give us the capability of secure learning and secure decision making. Now, immediate application is in finance and in military. Then blockchain is immutable and permanent, makes data immutable, unchangeable, and permanent. Whereas AI is volatile and ever changing, right? So if I combine the two, I have a situation where things are immutable. All of us know what's happening one by one in a sequence. That increases the trust in the AI agents. And an immediate application, or rather an emerging application, is what's called distributed autonomous organizations. Many organizations work together nowadays. Why? Why do they trust each other? That's because of the blockchain. All right. Blockchain has deterministic operations, whereas AI typically has probabilistic operations. Here, AI helps blockchain. It's the opposite. It's actually both of them helping each other. Now, artificial intelligence contributes by making adaptive and approximate blockchain operations. The situation so far is that blockchain operations are pretty deterministic, which is not good. If these agents have to work with human beings, then things have to be more approximate and things have to be more probabilistic also. So AI helps blockchain become more and more adaptable to human beings, more flexible, more approximate. So here a lot of research is ongoing still, and there is no application as of now. Finally, blockchain is transparent, whereas AI is inscrutable. Those of you who have undergone a course on machine learning or AI will know that neural networks, we don't know what's happening inside. We really don't know how it comes to a decision. Whereas blockchain is transparent. Now blockchain helps track AI decisions to understand its mechanisms, why it has taken a certain decision. Now, this is important for medical and autonomous system decisions. Autonomous, for example, autonomous vehicles. Why did a driverless vehicle take a certain turn? Or why did an artificial agent prescribe something to a patient? The doctors must understand it. So blockchain removes the inscrutability of AI agents and makes it understandable by storing all the decisions in a secure and in a sequential manner and in a time-stamped manner. My dear friends and my colleagues and friends, I hope we have some idea now of how powerful the combination of blockchain and AI can be in emerging applications. The world has already changed. We are living out a science fiction as of now, and it's going to only increase over the time. Okay. I just added this slide to tell you emerging AI trends. AI is also improving, emerging. And as AI emerges, it so happens that blockchain becomes more and more important and beneficial for AI. One is explainable AI. I already said that AI should be explainable now, be able to interpret a series of decisions. All right. For example, doctor understanding AI treatment. So this is in healthcare. The application is in healthcare. Does blockchain help? As I said, yes, because it secures all the decisions. It stores all of them in a transparent manner. Then there is something called digital twins. These are emerging trends of AI, digital twins. Now, this is simultaneous operations of applications and data in the physical world and its simulation in the digital world. So something is happening physically. Simultaneously, an entire AI system is simulating it in a digital system. For example, spacecraft. We all have seen when spacecraft goes somewhere else, scientists are busy on the computers. What's happening is whatever is happening physically is simultaneously being simulated with real-time data. Now, this is another emerging trend of AI. Automated machine learning. Automating the entire process of machine learning from data acquisition to knowledge management. Now, even the data collection and finally making this is big data analytics is an application of this automated machine learning. Then we have hybrid learning models, which combines different machine learning techniques to improve the robustness of decision making. This happens in real-time data analysis where you have an AI agent sitting in America, in some city, in somewhere in India, in China, and all of them have different learning models and they all work together. Blockchain enters here. Then lean and augmented learning, it is done through transfer learning, which means that when there is less data, how can we utilize the learning of some other AI agent? So transfers the learning between different AI agents to increase data and robustness of decision making. If I have less data, should I have to do everything from scratch? No, there are already artificial AI agents sitting everywhere else. Why can't I learn from them? That's called lean and augmented learning. So these are these five: explainable AI, digital twins, automated machine learning, hybrid learning models, and lean and augmented learning. These are the emerging trends of artificial intelligence. And in all the above cases, blockchain greatly improves the security, tracking, and permanence. Okay, I think I have 10 more minutes, and I have a long presentation, but I thought I'll take this up first within the time available, and that is, what are the open research challenges then, which we can try to foray into. First, privacy, data availability, and scalability issues. Okay, address privacy versus data sources availability. Now, public blockchains, in public blockchains, everyone can access the blockchain. It is open to the public. What's the impact? The impact is more data, more sources of data, which is very important for artificial intelligence. AI, machine learning, they can work properly only if there is plenty of data. So, which means data availability increases if there are public blockchains. However, privacy may suffer because now anybody can access the blockchain. So potentially, what can happen is that your own data is vulnerable. So we have private blockchains which allow controlled access. This doesn't mean that the data is insecure. If you have put your data in the public blockchain, it doesn't mean it becomes insecure. Remember that it is cryptographically secured. But what happens is there's something called this 51% attack, that if some powerful miner is able to make a sort of a cohort with 51% of the participants, then that miner can actually sort of, dictate his or her own term. For example, the consensus mechanism. Consensus is a voting sort of a mechanism. What mechanism should it be? That can be decided by that powerful miner who is able to seek the approval of 51% of the participants. Whereas in private blockchains, the consensus mechanism is pre-decided. No one can change it. So there is better privacy. Now you see, you have this research problem. On one hand, I want more and more data. On the other hand, I want privacy. How do I balance? This is an open research problem. Another problem here is scalability. Now, Facebook and Twitter, that they handle millions of transactions per second, whereas blockchains such as Bitcoin and Ethereum handle a few transactions, 4 to 12. I think Bitcoin is in the lower side and Ethereum is on 12 transactions per second. Why? Because the blockchains become longer and longer. It's a distributed ledger system. The data, the ledger, the transactions which forms the ledger is distributed. Everyone has a copy of it. So as a result, it is not scalable. For example, in Bitcoin, it may take quite some amount of time to complete your transaction because so many participants are there. So a research problem is how to make the whole thing more scalable, right? One approach that is already being adopted is what's called side chains. Now, they allow frequent chains between interested parties to more frequently, and the main chain only once a day. For example, there is this blockchain called IOTA Tangle, which you see this reference that I've given here. It's titled Graph Chain, a blockchain-free, scalable, decentralized ledger. Right now, this is graph chain. That means they're making use of smaller acyclic directed graphs rather than a single chain to enable parties which frequently transact between themselves to have faster response times. All right. So that partially addresses the scalability issue. But for researchers, again, this has to be looked into at a deeper level, how to improve the architecture. Now, this is one research area. Another research area is the vulnerability of smart contracts. As I said, smart contracts are small pieces of code which execute when some preconditions are met. Now, what happened in 2016 was in Ethereum platform, the smart contract for DAO, decentralized autonomous organizations, was hacked. And as a result, 3.6 million ethers were lost. This happened solely because of poor programming practices. So once again, it is a call for us to adopt proper, not negligent programming practices. So coding in Ethereum is in Solidity. And so now people felt that, okay, for blockchain, we need specialized software engineering methods. So I have given one paper which deals only with that. Design for testability and making testing tools for checking those vulnerabilities. This is given in the second reference. So this is another research area that is how to do proper software engineering for blockchain. It needs specialized software engineering. So here is a case where software engineering must address this particular domain of blockchain in a unique manner. All right. I already talked about I think I have just about 2 minutes left. So I'll skip this one. I already talked about non-deterministic behavior of blockchain and how it can be made more approximate. So this is actually a very potent thing for researchers. Can we use approximate computing methods to bring about an element of approximation in blockchain? If you see, blockchain is distributed, and distributed environments is highly non-deterministic. Data collection from IoT sensor are also random. Behavior of miners and mining nodes is also non-deterministic. Then why should blockchain be so deterministic? It makes things slower. If you have studied distributed computing, there's something called sequential consistency. So sequential consistency is not very good when you have such large operations. So if I make it approximate, then it'll become good. Now here, AI agents need to make it approximate by adopting approximate computing methods like fuzzy logic, rough sets, granular computing. And the agents have to agree on the most optimized levels of certainty, precision, accuracy, etc. So AI helping blockchain to remove the determinism and make it more and more performance oriented by making it more approximate. All right. Dr. Juhi, have I run out of time now? There are a few more research.
Ma'am, it's all right. If you have some more slides to explain, you can.
I think, yeah, I'll just complete this research possibilities, right?
Ma'am, fortunately or unfortunately, our next speaker is has not joined yet, so you can take time because actually your slides are very informative. We all are, enjoying.
Okay. Thank you. I have a session at 10 o'clock, I believe. So Dr. Shipra will be after my life if I don't join there. Okay. All right. So the next research foray is the consensus protocols. I have been repeatedly talking about this voting mechanism. So there are many consensus protocols in blockchain, like proof of work, proof of stake, proof of burn, etc. So you can study all that. But what I'm saying is that all these protocols work at the middleware layers of the blockchain systems, network layer, physical layer, etc. Not at the application layer. And here we all have a wonderful opportunity. We can try to make consensus protocols based on application layer considerations, such as the reputation of stakeholders. Reputation, trust and reputation. Reputation is global trust. Among different miners, who do we trust most? How do we measure that trust? That's called reputation. So that's at the application layer. So can we make consensus protocols which makes use of the reputation of stakeholders, quality of learning models employed by the AI agents, efficient search strategies, quality and provenance of data by the blockchain. Now, so if you see, these are high level considerations. Whereas if I have a consensus protocol that depends upon simple things like proof of work. So proof of work shows how much of hardware you have to make a complex mathematical calculation. So that means it just, which miner has got more hardware to make fast calculations? Well, that's a very simplistic thing, isn't it? A powerful underworld Dawn can have enough of resources to be a powerful miner. Should we allow that? No. We should see the reputation of the stakeholders. We should see the quality of the software. All right. So here there is a lot of scope for research, application layer consensus. Then we have this area called selection of trusted oracles. Now, what are oracles? Oracles are outside agents who write the smart contracts and push events and data to the smart contracts. It doesn't happen automatically. So far, the smart contracts are codes, but somebody has to write those contracts. Somebody has to push the trigger events and the initial data to the smart contracts. Now, here we have a strange situation. We began by saying that blockchain is decentralized and distributed. But now the outside agents or oracles are making it centralized. Now we have to depend upon the oracles. So we are going against our own principle. So a very interesting research area would be how to implement trustworthy system of oracles. How do we choose the oracles? So already somebody has done the research of providing a method for multi-validated oracle. So this is the paper here. Yes, this is important. Standardization, regulations, and research for interoperability. See, with Bitcoin being adopted by some country, I think El Salvador, so gradually we are coming to a situation where transactions are being done on blockchain. All kinds of not just Bitcoin or Ether, but several other businesses and smart contracts are being done. So we need standardization. And it's only very recently that IEEE, NIST, ITU, and other groups are being developed, are joining together for developing interoperability, governance, integration, and architecture of blockchain. In addition, government and institutional guidelines, regulations, and policies need to be put in place. And finally, research is needed for devising models and proof of concepts for technical standards for blockchain architectural models, services, deployment, and interoperability. So here are two papers that talk about blockchain standards, and we need a lot of research. I think the last one is probably, I'll end up with this quantum computing, all right? Now here, quantum computing is inevitable. We have already reached nanotechnology, and the sizes on the chip, on the VLSI chip, is really in the scale of nanometers. We can't go beyond that. So we have to come to quantum computing in a few years from now. And when quantum computing becomes prevalent, rampant, what will happen is that the digital signatures which use public key encryption in blockchain will be broken by quantum computing. It will easily break public key encryption in which private keys can be determined. That means the entire security foundation of blockchain is at threat due to quantum computing. So we need serious research on quantum safe, high performance, and scalable blockchain. And not only that, we also need to develop migration plans and interoperability with what is called quantum resilient blockchain platforms, which means the blockchain, the quantum computing cannot really break into the blockchain platforms. A very difficult thing to say. So many people are coming up with what is called keyless signature blockchain. So the key is not required, keyless signature blockchain. Here are two papers. If you see the title, Quantum Secured Blockchain and Blockchain and Quantum Computing. So these are two papers which addresses this issue, and seriously, we have to see how to improve the security infrastructure of blockchain so that quantum computing doesn't pose a threat to it. All right. There are many slides that I have, but obviously I'm not going to take all of that. Thank you very much. I hope that I've given you few drops of insight into how these two technologies, that is blockchain and artificial intelligence, can disrupt many of the things in the world. And as researchers, how do we, where do we put our gray cells in? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your enlightening words, ma'am. It was such a pleasure to listen to you, to give you insights about big data and blockchain with the help of AI. I guess your talk was particularly insightful when the students are considering new ideas in the field of AI. I believe your words have set new levels of expectations that our students aspire for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude, ma'am. Knowing how busy you are, we really appreciate the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to have you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was my pleasure all the time.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning.
This side, Dr. Madhulika. How are you?
I'm fine, Dr. Madhulika. Kaise ho?
ठीक हूँ, ma'am. Nice to see you. Thank you for accepting the invite. And it was a very energetic talk. I was listening on my phone as well as on other device.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's a 2-day program. Aaj second day hai, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So I have a thing now. What's the time now? 54. Yeah, I have some time before the next session starts.
Yes, ma'am.
वो डॉक्टर शिप्रा कर रही है ना?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. चलो, all the best. Nice to meet
you.
all of you and see you doing so well. मिलना कभी, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah. Sir, is your PPT ready? Shall I?
Yes. Everything is ready. I can upload it, share it, or after a few minutes. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can do it right now also. We all. All right, sir. We can see your screen. So shall we start now?
Yes, of course.
All right.
I'm ready. Yeah.
All right. So it is my privilege to invite our next esteemed guest, Professor Subarna Shakir. That is the Professor of Computer Engineering at the Department of Electronics and Computer Engineering, Pulchok Campus, Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University, Nepal, and also a visiting professor at Brown University, Rhode Island, USA. That is the chief editor of the Journal of Artificial Intelligence and Capsule Networks. He has also served as a chairman, technical committee chairman, and committee member in many international conferences, such as the Springer and IEEE related to computer. Sir has delivered over 30 keynotes and invited speeches at international conferences and workshops. Sir has also published more than 150 scientific or technical articles in 5 books and has been serving as an editor for over 15 international journals. He has supervised more than 80 master's theses, 10 PhD theses, and 5 PhD theses. Sir, you are an idol of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to many of us. And with so much on board, you hardly need any introduction. We cordially invite you on the platform to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Juhi, Dr. Juhi Singh, for nice introduction about me. So I can just start my presentation. Special thanks to organizer for giving me this opportunity, and especially Professor Abhay Bansal and their team, his team. So my topics is cloud governance challenges.
Sir, just put in a presentation mode, please.
Okay, so I can start my just introduction. So my keynote talks organized as follows: e-governance concept. Then after that, I will talk about I'm going to talk about challenges affecting the adoption of cloud governance service and overcome those challenges. Then after that, discussion, then conclusion. Okay, very short and sweet I am going to present. And e-government, that means refers to the use by government agencies of information and communication technologies that have the ability to transform relation with citizen, business, and other arms to the government. Then after that, another is the technologies can solve the variety of different end, better delivery service to the government, to citizen. Then after that, improve interaction with business and industry, citizen empowerment through access to information, or more efficient government management. Then another is the resulting benefit can be less corruption, increased transparency, greater convenience, revenue growth, and cost reduction. Okay, next is the challenges in the e-government are IT infrastructure is one of the most challenges, security and privacy, and another is the management. The management, top level management is the most important part here to implement the effective implementation of the e-government. Then after that, social influence, and then after that, lack of awareness. And another, I am talking about the introduction about the cloud computing. Cloud computing is the internet-based computing where all shared resources, software, and information are provided to the computers and devices on demand. Cloud computing is a type of computing that provides simple, on-demand access to pool of the highly elastic computing resources. Users can access the information from anywhere, anytime. And another is the cloud computing architecture. And this refers to components and sub-components required for cloud computing. These components typically refer to front end, that means flat client, thin client, back end, platform, server, storage, cloud-based deliveries and network, internet, intranet, and inter-cloud. Hosting a cloud, there are 3 layers in the cloud computing. Companies use this layer based on the service they provide, infrastructure, platform, and as well as the application. And there are some models, types of cloud: public, private, hybrid, and community cloud. The private cloud, that means allows system and service to easily access to general public. Public cloud may be less secure because of its openness, and private cloud allows system and service to accessible within the organization, more secure because of the private nature. Then after the community cloud, system and service to be accessible by the group of organizations. Hybrid means mix of private and public clouds, that means in which the critical activities are performed using private cloud, where the non-critical activities and performed using the public cloud. And this is the service model: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. So this is the common factor of the cloud computing is.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. I think your slides are not changing.
Yeah, sorry, madam. Now changing?
Yes, sir. We can see.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Okay, this is the deployment model I talked about already. Everybody, this is the basic things. Then deployment model I already talked. Then after that, the service model, there are 3 types of service model. And this is, we have to implement in the cloud governance in the e-government system by using this software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. By using such type of service, there are so many challenges are there in the government sector. That means IT infrastructure, human resource challenges also there, and there is the internet connectivity. These are the few things. So in infrastructure as a service, the most basic level of service is of service models inherit the security and management mechanism from the underlying model. Infrastructure as a service provide access to fundamental resources such as physical machines, virtual storage, and platform as a service, that means provides the runtime environment for the applications, development and deployment tools. And software as a service means this allows the software application as service to the end user. The common factors, that means when you are using the government cloud as a service, so we can benefit it, pay per use, instant scalability, security, as well as the reliability and API, application programming interface. Then after that, the cloud governance, why we are using the cloud governance? What are the challenges here? It is the set of policies or principles that act as a guidance for the adopting use and management of cloud technology services. It is ongoing process that must sit on the top of existing government model. It is the set of rules by you create to monitor and implement as necessary in order to control cost, improve efficiency, and as well as the eliminates the security risk. This model aims to secure the application and data even if the located distantly. That means anywhere, any place we can access it. The best cloud governance solution include people is most important here, and the process and technology. That's why the challenges are people also. We have to need the very manageable people, knowledgeable people are important. Process also we have to follow, and technology also another challenges here. It mainly refers to decision-making process, criteria, and policies involved in the planning, architecture, as well as acquisition, deployment, operation, architecture, acquisitions, implementation, operation, and management of the cloud computing capabilities. So why we are using cloud governance? This is in the case of, I already worked in Nepal as a executive director in National IT Center. In that time, just traditional data center and traditional e-government system at that time implemented, but some problem is there. That means we have to need the IT budget every year, and infrastructure we have to develop and increase, updated every year. We have to buy some infrastructure and IT personals. That means the people, human resource, they migrate from one place to another. This is another problem. That's why we must go to the cloud computing. That's why IT budget we have to minimize, and infrastructure we have to no need to purchase by the government. Then after that, IT personals we have to develop inside our organization. And cloud governance objectives is to develop the cloud computing service for the government agencies. This is the one agenda. Another is the objective is to help providing the IT infrastructure services in government agencies. Then after that, make use of government IT budget wisely, and then after to lift the country's e-government to the higher level. And cloud governance services are in what? That means usage based, and I already mentioned of SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS, and reduce the time for purchasing and implementation. The another example I want to give you is in the COVID, this is the pandemic situation. I'm working at the Tribhuvan University at that time. We have to convert into e-learning environment, cloud-based e-learning environment, because the Microsoft and other platform, they are providing the cloud service. It's easy to deploy in our university. Otherwise, we have to develop our own applications, own infrastructure. Is not possible within the 1 month. So we did within 1 month, all ID can create, and then after that we can implement the e-learning platform. So the vision is reduce the government cost. That means Microsoft team and their vendors, they are giving for education institution and government, they are freely providing such type of service. Reduce the redundancy of IT infrastructure by the sharing. Then after that, service level agreement based on the guarantee services. Then after that, on-demand services, any facility, anywhere, anytime. The challenges of additive cloud governance is security and privacy. The main focus, the security is very difficult to implement in our government sector. That's why the security requirement must be fulfilled on the several layers, where the implementation of cloud computing include advanced security technologies. Then after that, data protection and compliance is another challenges. Some data protection regulations do not allow the storage of sensitive data in other countries, which is basically not accomplished by the most cloud service providers. The third one is interoperability and data portability. This is the lack of standard when using the implementing cloud computing services. Users should be able to change between cloud service provided with minimum risk of cost, so the government may need to add an open standard policy for the cloud. This is the most important here. And then after that, many governments decided to use of ICT system that consistent to open standard in order to save the cost, or that can take place when using non-standard systems. And another is the identity and access management. A cloud computing service relies completely on the availability and speed of the internet as a carrier between the consumer and service provider. Speed also and internet service is the most important. That means speed and availability will be and the main issues there. And auditing is the another challenges and issues. Cloud provider currently do not offer detailed auditing possibilities, where the auditing becomes essentially in the situation where compliance to specified regulation or policies must be verified. So benefit by using the cloud governance is scalability, flexibility, cost we can reduce it, and then pay per use, and as well as the system integration. And discussion. The main important here is challenges are technological. That means the technology is changing day by day. That's why we have to move into cloud governance and organization as well as the environment. Technological and organizational challenges can be seen as the lapses in the IT governance in the countries, which must be managed by the organization, by the senior management, the policy makers, as well as the high level, top level leaders. Then IT management concern the security regulations providing by the cloud computing provider, which means they have to pay attention to adopt new technologies. And accordingly, decision must be made to ensure effective use of adoption of cloud government in the system. Finally, the significant influence in the adoption of cloud governance concerns security and privacy, which needs to improve the process of mitigate against high risk, because the national identification, NID, and other requirement documents we have to store in the data center or somewhere. So we have to make it security and privacy concerns is most important here. And conclusion is cloud computing actually working to help break down the barriers of many government to enter new phase of the collaboration as well as the partnering. That means PPP model is the most important here. Sharing the services and pooling of the resources is offered an effective way to share information between citizens. Then after that, we can reducing effort in providing services, budget management, and cost effective. Challenges of cloud governance and investigates the importance of the new technology to be adopted in the implementing of e-governance, such as cloud computing. That means which provide the overall strategy and techniques to manage the e-government content in general. The another is the by adopting cloud governance, the benefit are cost reduction and pay per use, so that the government budget we can reduce it, and technology also we can reduce it. Challenging affecting the adoption of cloud governance like security concern, lack of awareness, and poor ICT infrastructure. And recommendations are that could lead to increase the adoption of cloud governance system to overcome the obstacles in their limitation to deliver the online services. The recommendations are cloud computing is one of the best solutions to overcome the lack of IT infrastructure I mentioned in the objective also, from keeping up with the requirement of high quality of e-government. Then after that, additionally, the incorporation of the cloud technology will provide the positive opportunity to reduce the cost in the development of the e-government system. That means the technology is the second part. First we need to make some policy plan, and management is the important. Then after that, the technical person is the most important. That's why the government must make some such type of technology as well as the policy and plan for the effective implementation of e-governance in the country. That means that after that, the security is important here. Different type of technologies, process, people we need to implement the cloud governance in the country. These are the references. Thank you. So Dr. Juni Singh, yeah, I already finished my presentation. If you have any questions, queries, so let me know. I will answer. Yeah.
All right, sir. Let me post in the chat section.
I think there is no questions.
Yes, any query, the students, you can write in the chat section if you have any query you want to ask from Professor Shakir. All right, so I guess that would be all, sir. Thank you for your enlightening words. It was such a pleasure to listen to you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Your talk was really very informative. When students are, they are trying to consider new ideas in the field of cloud.
Yes. Thank you very much. I giving the brief, just the keynote. That's the student can research in these areas. They
yes,
can
sir.
do
Now
more work.
the students have got
Yes.
idea now, so
Yes,
they can explore by themselves.
Yes.
Sir.
If
And I think
they want to know about the cloud governance, cloud computing, please send me email also. In my email is there, and you can search Google also.
all right, so that is very thoughtful.
I will give you the information and knowledge, whatever I have. I can share. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That will be.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Okay,
And
thank you.
On behalf of Amity University, I want to thank you. I know you are very busy, so we really appreciate the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I can leave, then.
Yes, sir, you can leave.
Thank you.
I'm good. How are you all guys?
Yeah, we are good. Yes, sir, please. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. So good morning.
Yes, sir, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was just telling, how is the weather today in India?
It's cold, but sunny.
Okay.
Today, sun is there. Yesterday, it was not from last 2 days, but it's sunny today, but it's cold here.
Yeah, because
and how the things are there?
Yeah, it's very normal here, and as usual, we are also getting all these high numbers are getting increased in COVID cases. So, but we are still working offline, and we are working in the campus.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please start, sir.
Good morning to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of the Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all of the keynote addresses for the Confluence 2022, that is 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. Even though we would have liked to invite you to our campus and have the keynote sessions in person, but the current world scenario impeded us for doing so. Luckily, we are grateful to have the opportunity to keep keynote sessions in the virtual mode so that our students can reap the seeds from the knowledge gathered in this session. Today, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rukubuddin Ghalib. Dr. Ghalib is presently Associate Professor at De Montfort University, Dubai. He received his Computer Science Engineering Bachelor degree, Master and PhD from the Anna University, India. He has a vast experience of 14 plus years in academics, research with top-ranked university like VIT, that is Vellore Institute of Technology, Anna University in India. While at VIT, he also had additional responsibilities as the Assistant Director, International Relations, where he has involved in developing the academics and research collaborations with many international universities in oceans countries, mostly in Australia and New Zealand, and with some European countries as well. He has experience working as enormous staff student exchange program. He was nominated for Erasmus plus staff exchange to Middle East Technical Universities, Turkey, and Mykonos Room3-12th University, Lithuania in 2017 and 2018 respectively. He has published 50 plus peer-reviewed research articles, including the SCI, Scopus Index, international journals apart from book chapters, and numerous conference proceedings. He is an active IEEE senior member from the R10 region and involved himself in its various technical activities. He is also an active member and life member of professional activities like societies like the Computer Society of India, Society of Industrial and Applied Mathematics, Indian Science Congress Association, and Manchester Library and Philosophical Society, Lit and Phil. He has been collaboratively working with many researchers globally in the various area of the research, predominantly in the healthcare domains of data science, technology, cybersecurity, IoT, and bioinformatics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Sir, we invite you on the platform to share a few words with us. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
And
Thank you very
thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Mohammed, to be with us, spending your valuable time to be with us. It's pandemic, we are doing it all virtually, but we look forward to see you sometime in India. We are having next confluence and hope by the time pandemic will get over. We look forward to see you, and we look forward to see various collaboration, whether it is academic and research. We would like to work with you. And,
really, well, I'm also looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thanks for your time, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashok, for much more introduction than what I felt. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so can I start with the presentation? Can I share the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So today I'm just going to talk on an artificial intelligence. It's something more like a suggestion, or like how we can take care in this coming future of the advantage of the opportunities which is being laid down in front of us. It's something like you join right pieces together in the right way. Okay, so it's like, if you can recall the the toys like Lego, where you need to put into the pieces of those particular parts in the right way, and you get the model out of that, the framework, or even the prototype. So the famous legendary the physicist Stephen Hawking, he said in one of the, I'm quoting him, that success in the artificial intelligence is going to be one of the most successful event in human civilization, or maybe it may be one of the disaster as well. It may be, yeah, but it's there. We can even see now today that although we have a very humongous achievements and humongous good side of AI, or at the same time we also have its dark side. So this is some of the key findings we I collected this through Fortune Business Insights, one of the top survey company, and it says that the natural language processing in AI, it's taking up the 30.5% of the global artificial intelligence market in 2022, and because of this, almost around 25 to 30 countries in the world have increased the use of artificial intelligence in their work system, in their workflow. So that's where a lot of growth's been predicted. Like, for example, globally, artificial intelligence growth is predicted at around 360 billion USD in 2028. We have 35.92 in 2020. Then you can see here the huge jump here, a huge opportunity, lot of projects are going to come out. Only in North America, that US itself, if you see the growth, the AI market share is 41.3%, and the rest of the world is 58.7%. Having said this, we in Asian countries are also again not behind the US, and even the rest of the world consists mostly of the Asian countries. I will show you in my later slide what is the growth of our Indian AI market. To be very specific, in the North American the AI market size from 2017 to 28, if you can see on the left side the graph, see the growth, it's exponential growth. So it's not going to come down anytime and coming in 7 to 8 years. So if you see the CAGR growth rate is 33.6, that's a huge growth rate. So if you see from 2020, 35.92 billion growing up to 360 0.36 billion in 2020 is a huge growth. So a lot of things to be taken away. The main market trends in AI is just because of lot of adoption of hyper personalized services. That's where we are coming into the customer focused business, okay, where we all are thinking of doing all sort of mining their emotions, mining their requirement, and accordingly we come out with a product. So that's one of the market trends in AI. And also very innovative artificial IoT things are coming up. So that's one thing which is making the market trends. Increasing demand of the business intelligence and high adoption rate in IT companies are also one of the market drivers of artificial intelligence. So to be very specific, you just can see that in the left side, the market drivers, mostly it's due to demand of business intelligence and high adoption rate in IT and telecom industries. If you see the global market share by technology only, if you see that, as I mentioned earlier, NLP takes 30.5% of the market share, followed closely by machine learning, computer vision, and other. And especially in US, if you see 29% is being taken by NLP, and again closely followed by machine learning, computer vision, and other. But in terms of industry, if you see, healthcare is the industry which is focused more on the AI now, and you can see now the pandemic which is going around which is not yet done now, it's still going on, and is the AI uses the AI implementation or AI accumulation is highly increased in healthcare system, and also closely followed by the retail and banking and financial services, insurance, as well as IT, automotive, advertising, and manufacturing. So if you see the growth itself from 2019 to 2020 in the US, is a huge growth, and it's going to be multiplied and multiple. I mean, it's going to be in a multiple times multiple. So if you see, others are also following. The next is Europe, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa. We specifically have in UAE as well. We have a very special program, our artificial intelligence research wing by the government of Dubai. That's UAE. So it's a huge player, and in fact, just recently we had a very unpleasant event here, that there was a blast happened in Abu Dhabi due to a drone, which intelligent drone from the Houthi group, which is from Yemen, who's fighting against the UAE. So that was after some 4 or 5 days, the UAE just started stringent application of their AI technologies, and at last they could even defend out 2 or 3 missiles which were shot out to the UAE. So it's a huge investment going on in AI. So you can see, like, the important industries like Apple, Amazon, Qualcomm, Nvidia, Salesforce, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and IBM, they hugely invest on this, and they're the one which is going to open up even AI opportunities in the coming years. So these are some of the key artificial takeaway statistics which is coming in the future. So you can see, like, the global market is, is going to expect that we are going to expecting around approximately 267 billion by 2027 to 28. So we have seen that 15.7.
Sir, we are not. Sorry, sir.
Hello?
Sorry for disturbing you, sir. Are you changing the slides?
Yes.
We are not feeling any change. We are the only.
Where are you now?
And now we can see key AI statics.
Yeah, key only. I'm in that.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Now, is it moving? The slides are moving now?
No, sir.
Is it not moving?
No, sir. No.
Now also not moving?
That is only that slide. Key AI statics we are able to see.
Okay. Now
Please,
let me just.
Please keep in slide presentation mode.
Okay. Let me stop and share it again. Now, is my slide shared now?
No, sir. We are able to see your folder. AI joining right piece.
Oh, that I've already opened. Again, I'll stop sharing. Now?
Now, yes, sir.
Okay.
First page of PPT.
Yeah. Is it moving now?
No, sir, not moving. Now it is moving.
That means it is. Can I just switch off
Please,
my?
please click on this slide.
Which you're on the first slide
The first
now?
page, first page visible.
Yeah. Now I'm in the second page. Is it coming?
So please click on the second page because we are able to see only the first page now, not on the second.
I'm already in the second page now.
Sir, please show in go in slideshow. On the.
Okay. Slideshow, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see now?
The right piece, right way. We are able to see.
Yes. After that, next I'm in the third slide now. Artificial intelligence has changed our world.
No, sir. Same thing. No.
I think there's a bandwidth issue.
Sir, you have to click on the left hand side now. There is a 3. Just click there.
Okay.
Now
Yes,
we are
no.
on the third page. Now again click on a 4, sir.
Which one? Yeah, 3.
Click on a
3,
4, sir. You just tried, sir. You have to click on a 4, sir.
Is my slide shown till now? Is it now?
It is first page.
Yeah, I'm going the same way. I'm in the second page now. Can you see?
No, sir.
See, I'm moving.
So in menu, please go into slideshow and then keep in the slide.
Once again, I'm going. Can you now see my first page now? I mean,
Yes, sir, yes.
in a slide
Yes, yes.
sort of way, man. So
Yes, sir.
my mouse, everything is moving. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to the slideshow now.
Yes.
Yeah, now you can see my first slide, Confluence 2022, right?
Sir, it's not activated. I think
Not activated, sir.
Sir, it's I think due to lack of connectivity or a bandwidth issue. That's why it's not coming on a presentation mode at our side.
Okay, that's what. So is it not in the slide mode now?
No, sir. We are seeing only first.
No, I'm okay. But now the slide mode has been on or not? Are you seeing all my slides in the left side?
Yes, sir.
Or
Inside panel, we can see.
So that's where I'm already in the slideshow now. The first page in slideshow, only the first page is there. So I've come, and now I am in the next slide. Right pieces, right way.
No, sir. Now it is not visible. Second page.
I think that is the. I think this is something bandwidth problem. This can be seen, right? Can I go ahead?
Please. Yes, sir. Sir, do this. This is okay.
Yeah, this is better, right? Then okay, let me go with this. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So up to where I was with you guys. Okay, so let me just be here. This was the key findings that was brought out by the Fortune Business Insights, as I was mentioning. You know, the NLP, the natural language processing, is having a very great share of a global artificial intelligence market in 2020. Maybe it's taking around 30% there. Very similarly, there was a finding that many government initiatives have been taken to boost the regional AI development activities and to drive the growth of it. Maybe around 25 to 30 countries are very actively involved in developing the artificial intelligence, specifically artificial intelligence products and artificial intelligence in their system. So if you can see in the left side, in US itself, you can see the global GAI, that's global artificial intelligence market itself, is 41.3%, and rest of the world is 58.7%. So in that rest of the world, if you see, India, the Asia Pacific is also one of the forerunners. They're not behind the US. So if you can see the right side, the global artificial intelligence market in US dollars billions is in 2020 35.92%, and in 35.92 US dollars in billions was there in 2020, and there is a growth prediction of 360 US dollars billions. So what I just want to bring here about with these key findings that we have a lot of opportunities being created in this area of artificial intelligence, let it be regional or let it be in the global arena. So if you can specifically, if I have to tell you specifically that in North America, the US, you can see from 2017 to 2018 the growth is exponential. It's just taking a very good growth. So, and all these growths are due to a lot of market drivers, because the thing like the requirement or the increasing demand of the business intelligence in their systems or in their in business is one of the market drivers. And at the same time, many IT companies are adopting to the AI technology is also another market drivers. So if you can see, as I was reporting earlier, that CAGR, the growth rate is around 33.6 in the phase from 2020 to 2021 to 2028. So it's going to be a huge leap, and it's going to be a huge growth where it will be very worthy for investing our effort and money or effort and time, everything in the field of AI, where we can land a huge advantage of the system. So if you can very specifically, if I have to tell you about the US AI market, by the technology, it's something like NLP takes up the 30%, and closely followed by machine learning, computer vision, and others. But globally also, if you see, it's around 30%. And then similar pattern, that is natural language NLP is one, that machine learning, computer vision, and followed by other industries. Right. In terms of industries, if you see, then AI has been highly used or been adopted by the healthcare centers, okay, healthcare industries. So, and it is closely followed by the retail and healthcare. Is that in the last 1 or 2 years, and as we are in the pandemic situation, that we are really focusing on this intelligent devices, like we to avoid all such type of social distancing, and at the same time remotely we can serve the healthcare facilities. So that's why you can see the growth in healthcare in the last 2 years. And closely followed by the retail and the banking and financial services, and also the insurance industries, and all again the IT and telecom also follows. So very similarly, the growth in North America in 1 year itself, you can see the change of 5 billion. Okay, so that's where you have a very good hope and very good opportunity coming up, and followed closely by Europe, Asia Pacific, Middle East. I was talking about Middle East, in fact. So we have a very specific, the UAE has a very specific funding for AI projects, and it is being given away to the institutions and the research institutes now. The key players and the main, companies which are all highly investing on this AI is, like Apple, Amazon, Qualcomm, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and IBM. So this is where I just want to focus. These are the key artificial intelligence statistics takeaway. So we know that globally AI market is expected to grow and to reach 270 approximately billion by 2027, and we know that 15.7 trillion contribution by the AI business in global economy by 2030. Okay, these are statistics, but a very takeaway statistics. Based on this, we can plan our future, can plan our our states. And almost 37% businesses in organizations are employing the AI capabilities or AI technologies. But having said this, many of the companies, like, out of 9 in 10 leading businesses, they invest in AI, but, they don't implement or they don't deploy them. So only 15% deploy their AI capabilities in their work. And because of this rise of AI, there may be that we also know that, there may be that we may think that there may be a loss of jobs, but even then there is going to be a creation of jobs as well. 85 million jobs may be lost, but it will create another 97 million by 2025. As we all know, we have been using a lot of intelligent and smart devices here. Like you can see, 3 billion voice assistants are now in use, and it's expected to grow up to 8 billion by 2023. It's just another 1 year. So AI industry is earning in 126 billion US dollars a year by 2025. And as we can see from the survey, 67% of the Americans feel safer to go in a driverless car than self-driving car and other than the regular cars. And at the same thing is also happening in India. Even India also has invested a lot of money for this self-driving electric cars. As I mentioned earlier, the autonomous vehicles, the people who are working on AI autonomous vehicles are almost around 25 to 30 countries. And there is a huge chance that the self-driving car industry could give us around 600 billion over the next 5 years. So these are the takeaways. Accordingly, we can plan it. And as we all agreed with that, AI is not any more technology, which is to be looked at and just to be going to see it, but it's a part of our daily lives. As we can realize ourselves, we know what toll has been taken by e-commerce in our life. In a click, in a mobile click, you get everything delivered in your home, anything. So that's where we are living with the AI. We cannot deny that AI is something a different thing. So exactly another thing is smart home. Our team of project, the collaborators, we're working on some smart home devices where we come out with the product directly with plug and play type. That is we need not do any changes in your analog circuit or analog connections. We are just going to give interface for changing it to a digital one and to make it a smart home. So very similar to like that, a smartphone, we cannot deny that one. And all our life is fully revolving around the smartphones. And similar is the voice assistants like Alexa, Siri, Google now, and Cortana. And many of these have come in all the smartphones and even in the laptops and computers as well. So these are, we are living with the AI. We cannot go away with that. So in the future, the Forbes has predicted, like, even in the AI field itself, we would be expecting more in the growth of physical AI. That is, where this type of gadget or this type of robo, like human type of robo, comes in our daily life, and it start taking up our, automatically, and remotely the thing which a human can do very smartly, exactly the way. And that increase for this, the increase in demand for this has arisen because of the pandemic and the widespread social distancing requirement. So another opportunities in future is, as I mentioned earlier, it's autonomous vehicles, okay? And there is a quote from a survey that by 2040, around 33 million self-driving vehicles will be running from bumper to bumper in our roads and highways. So huge amount of opportunity. So my question is that, are we prepared to face all these challenges? All these challenges from IoT angle, from big data angle, from cybersecurity, from blockchain, from robotics, from digital twins, machine learning, fintech. So my advice and my suggestion is, keep up to date with this development in this technology and keep eyes and ears open to learn every impact, how it's going to give in the market and in our daily life, and be prepared with the challenges. like my heart goes to the data science. So something like, artificial intelligence, even it comes into data science. I just want to just bring you here the relationship between the artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and data science. In fact, the artificial intelligence is a superset of machine learning and deep learning, and all these even again covered by integrated by data science. Like it's used for extracting. I mean, the DL, ML, and AI are all used for extracting insights of data. Okay, that is what we usually call as exploratory data analysis. So for doing that data science, you need to have a background of mathematics and statistics, domain knowledge, programming skills, and which will. And you cannot say that I'm in data science, I don't take care of AI, I don't take care of ML, or I don't take care of DL. That's you are going to have all these fields when you are going for data science. And the most important note between AI and ML is that AI will go for a solution where it's optimal solution and intelligent, or will give you some wisdom. But while in machine learning, we go with a solution, whether it is optimal or not, that's not a thing, but it will lead to a knowledge though. So these are some types of artificial intelligence algorithms. It's all about, as I've been telling, it's all about selecting one that is a right piece in a right way. Okay, so we have a huge number of artificial intelligence algorithms. Few on here, like classifying algorithms, regression, clustering algorithms. It's you need to choose based on your requirement, the context where you're working, and the customer you're going to focus. And if you are thinking of making it, to a product, and how and where and how much the time, and I'm going to give you more on what are exactly the features you need to look on this when you are trying to select this type of algorithms. So if you go with the deep learning algorithms, like there are again fields, different fields or different domains of that, like stack autoencoders, LSTMs, DBM, RNN, DBM, and CNN. So these are again. So it depends on how you choose it and where is the application and what exactly you expect as an output from that. So a few of them I can just see these are some of the considerations you need to do while choosing the AI. Okay. Please remind me my time actually. Yeah. Size of the training data.
के बाद हाँ एक आए नहीं मेरे में एक सेकंड रुकना मैं म्यूट कर दूंगी.
Yeah. Size of the training data, accuracy, and speed of training, linearity, and number of features needs to be considered. But there's no freelance. While determining this algorithm, you need to consider a lot of factors at the problem, or consider the problem at your hand. As I mentioned, what type of output, what is the requirement, what you're looking for, what you want to deliver by that AI product requires to come. So these 5 features are most important thing which you need to consider as top for choosing an AI algorithm. Once you're done with this, the art and science of how to find AI project is very important. First, you need to know the potential of AI in that business. Whether the AI which you are thinking of, will it give out a business out of it? Okay, so is it that just don't go with a flow that everyone is working on AI, then I need to give my time for AI. Just need to know exactly, understand where my AI is going to focus. Is it going to give me a business? Okay, once you're done with that, you can go for involving yourself in AI discovery diamond framework. We call it as diamond framework. We do this a lot of time, even in the universities, even in the classrooms. I'll tell a little bit more about that in the coming slides. Once you are done, we are done. I mean, here you're going to gather a lot of ideas, and after that, you're going to refine it down. Okay. And once you're done with that, gather the right team, okay, in terms of business, in terms of customer relations, in terms of the technical expert, and ideate the AI project. That's where ideation comes into the picture. Then once you are done with that, again, you map with your AI that business idea which you had, whether it's matching, whether it's going to give you the output, whether it's going to deliver you what you expected from an AI product. So I was just talking about AI discovery diamond framework. It's all about brainstorming, or more of bringing out as much as possible, or generating many ideas. But as we all know that all ideas cannot be used, so that definition or refinement needs to be done with an AI project canvas. This is one, and this is very formally been applied in many of the industries. It's not only just for teaching a student or something like that. And I even use this one in my class. After that, as I mentioned, the most important thing is that even after you find out an AI idea or the business relationship, the most important thing is that you need to form the team, that is ideation team. So it may consist of your business experts, technical experts, and customer experts. So need to be from all these pairs, then you get a very good ideation team. Once you're done with this, implementation is not a big deal. And the 6 considerations which I would like to suggest here for a successful AI project is, the first one is, you need to know exactly, what, identify what are the source of value which are going to give value to your project. So that is qualified people, the scientists, data scientists, okay, data engineers, which can give you. So they are the source of values. Okay, you need to identify that one. You need to see what is improvement goals I expect from them. Okay, and once you are done with that, go for the data modeling, where you need to validate and come out with a data model exactly how your data is going to be used. And once it's done, then you're coming out with the classification modeling, where you are very, where the clever stuff like, model building, fine tuning of performance, everything will take care into this phase. And the most important, again, I will say, is the impact delivery. That's where you're going to measure how the product which you're going to come out, how it's going to be doing in the business performance. Okay, and is it as per your expectation based on the budget, or is it going more than that, or what is the measurement based on the cause and effect? You're going to do a lot of impact analysis in that. Once you again after this stage, industrialization of AI project, one of the important stage in this. You have done with the work. You are done with the AI model and AI product. You are going to make it happen and take it forward to the industry and make it, productionized. We're going to make it production, go for production. So where the focus of change management and automation will take into the picture. And after that, we all know any product should be having a sphere of continuous improvement, where you are going to add additional functionalities and create room for scalability. Yeah, I just wanted to share this slide. The AI projects funding agencies globally and Indian agencies, mostly the National Science Foundation in the US, they have special collaborations between some of the private players, like partnership on AI is one company, and Amazon and DARPA. That's again different wing of US. So they have a collaboration, and they're investing in AI. So you can think like yeah. So Indian agencies are also hello. Where is this? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Indian is a Department of Biotechnology and Department of Sciences and DRDO. In fact, with the many schemes are there, which they are coming out with a lot of artificial intelligence projects. So this may be useful for the people who are doing research. And as I mentioned earlier, you can see that US is dominating in the AI funding in the Q3 in 2021, and it's closely followed by Asia with 4.8 billion. So we have a lot of strength and opportunities in that. And for the students, if they're taking up AI as their career field, there are a lot of opportunities, a lot of job prospects in this type of top players like Amazon, Adobe, and Accenture, IBM, and almost not. I'm just giving you some points, some industries which are very top-rated industries we are playing in this. Right. But to just question you, is becoming an AI specialist right for you? Okay. I'm telling to you that be prepared for the AI. Is it right for you? I'll give you with with a validation point of this, that it came in the New York Times in 2017. It says that the entire world has only around 10,000 people who has the skills necessary to tackle the serious artificial intelligence research. So use gap. So people in the industries, the top giants industries, they are ready to pay huge salaries to the people who have a lot of AI talent. So there is where the gaps to be filled. And in terms of even salary, if I have to tell you, it's $126,000 per year. That is for an artificial intelligence specialist. It's closely followed by cybersecurity specialists and other jobs. Okay, but as I mentioned, it also has some dark side, like, because of the heavy dose of automation, there may be, job loss, but at the same time, it has got a positivity that it may also create the job more than the loss. But the most important thing is that can lead to many privacy violations. Deepfakes is one of the most talked about, and it can even go for, algorithmic bias. Socioeconomic inequality is one of the again for that, and weapons automation. So end of the day, my advice or my suggestion here is that anything needs to be, I'm quoting the physicist Stephen Hawking's line, that is, impact could be catastrophic unless its rapid development is strictly and ethically controlled. So bring the ethics wherever it is need to be with the ethics. You do everything, you do anything, but bring the ethics. So my summary, I'm closing it. The takeaway is that you need to realize that we are in AI world. We need to identify the right piece, that is the right technology in all the domain, and right way to integrate that. Work on and be an expertise on any of this. Some AI algorithms, maybe it is scenario specific. That is what is the based on the demand and the requirement, and most importantly, make a team. And I'm going to show you my team as well. Then go for applied fundings on AI projects that will showcase your work and that will lead to productionization easy, okay, through a proper publications or showcase of your findings. And obviously, you're going to look out for the high opportunities in AI domain, and end of the day, be an ethical AI expert. So this is my research collaboration team. I'm happy to work with Achyut Shankar, which is one of your colleagues in the meeting, and other are from UK, Turkey, Australia, and Iran. So we work closely in those fields which I've highlighted earlier: artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, digital twins. And thank you very much for this opportunity. And if I can be of any help to you in the future, this is my context. And really, I'll feel proud to be, in this very beautiful international conference with you people. If you have some questions, please let me take up. I'm with you guys.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. Any questions from the audience side? Audience, any questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your enlightening words. It was a pleasure to listen to you, give the insights about the AI, their future and the current scope, the applications area, and all those things in a limited time. You explained very in detail. We feel privileged to have your supervision back with us. Your talk was particularly insight at a time when the students are considering the new ideas to broaden their knowledge for expanding growth in this field of AI and machine learning. I believe your words have set new levels of expectations that our students aspire for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude. Knowing how busy you are, we appreciate the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to you. Have with us. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you very much. And hi to Celestine. Hi.
Yeah, hello.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Nice, bro. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best for the remaining sessions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
So here we have 226 authors.
Thank you.
Our next key, sir, shall we start?
Yeah.
Sir? Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Good morning to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today on behalf of the Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Indian Technology. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all of the keynote presenters for the Conference 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. Even though we would have liked to invite you to our campus and have the keynote sessions in person, but because of COVID pandemic, the current world scenario impeded us for doing so. Luckily, we are grateful to have the opportunity to keep keynote sessions in the virtual mode so that our students can reap the seeds from the knowledge gathered in this session. Today, I am very profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Celestine Ivendi. Professor Ivendi is a senior member of IEEE, Fellow of Higher Education Academy, United Kingdom, Fellow of Institute of Management, consultant and listed among the top African Society by the Academy of Science of South Africa, International Science Council Regional Office Africa, visiting professor with Coal City University, Ingunu, Nigeria, associate professor with School of Creative Technology, University of Bolton, UK. He completed his second master's degree in communication hardware and microsystem engineering at Uppsala University, Sweden in 2008. That is ranked among top 100 in the world university, and obtained a PhD in electronics at University of Aberdeen, UK in 2013. He is a highly motivated researcher with a wireless sensor network security book and over 10 publications. He has a strong teaching emphasis on communication, hands-on experience, willing to learn, and 19-year technical expertise, and teaches engineering team projects, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data network, electronics, cybersecurity, distributed systems, and control systems. He has developed the operational maintenance testing procedures for electronic products, components, equipment, and systems, provided technical support and instructions to staff and customers. He is a wireless sensor network and a chief evangelist, researcher, and community developers, philanthropist, and an international speaker in many top conferences and webinars. So we invite you on the platform to share a few words with us. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir. Over to you, Professor Ivendi.
Thank you, Professor. Even from my side, also as a General Chair, thank you for sparing your valuable time to be with us. And we soon look forward that you visit India, you visit our campus, and we look forward to have academic and research collaboration with you, with your university. And we look forward to see how we can work in collaboration together. Thank you very much, and we look forward to see you. And thank you for your valuable time to be with us.
Thank you. I appreciate. I want to say thank you again. Actually, one of your staff, just joined the University of Bolton, Ansha Gag, so she was so happy. She said, "Oh, you are speaking in Amity. That is my school." I said, "Okay, that is good." So we are doing a whole lot of collaboration, and we expect that I think I have 3 visiting professors now in India, and I'm supervising them. We have this online supervision to make sure, and those who wants to come and do masters also. So your school can think of that. I'm very free to give that time. You can see 6 a.m. here. I was already ready for a.m. It's 6 a.m. in UK because I'm used to working light and we used to working late. So I'm very happy to be here today. Let me share my screen and begin to show what we have today. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, like we said, no need doing big introduction because we have 30 minutes. So, but I tried to write more because I know the time was short, and I know a lot of people will see this slide later. So I wrote much more word. Normally, a presentation shouldn't be too much full of words, but the information is so much, and the time is so short. So I decided to put them there so that when people look at this, this PowerPoint after now, they can understand the details. Artificial intelligence is huge. I'm speaking on next generation AI in creative technology, and then looking at understanding creative technology, looking at the next generation artificial intelligence, which we call AI 2.0 for sustainable future. Then we see collaboration and how research will drive this impact of next generation artificial intelligence and creative technologies. I call it INGAIS. And then we look at the SMART framework, research ideas, opportunities. How do we prepare as professionals? How do we prepare as scholars? How do we prepare to meet this up? Then we now come into what I already have, understanding creative technology. How do we understand creative technology? Look at that. Creative technology is broadly and interdisciplinary. Now, you see, there are those days some people will say, oh, you're in education, you have no business working with someone in computing. No, gone are those days. Now we can do research as computer analysts, artificial intelligence analysts. You can work with someone in agriculture. You can work with someone in medicine. You can work because the research has come together. That is why it is creative. So it depends on how creative each department made it. But the fact is, creative technology is an interdisciplinary. And once you bring in computing into it, you are talking about opportunity to reach everywhere. Like you can see, it covers, creative covers computing, arts, design, humanities. In those days, you say it's not possible. What is arts doing with engineering, with computing? What is humanities doing with that? But they're all together. Look at an example of creative technology that has to do with multi-sensory experiences made using computer graphics, video production, digital cinematography, virtual reality, and then you have, software engineering, 3D printing, the Internet of Things. You have the card and the wearable technology. What is it trying to say? Research is broadening. Research is no more, I just want to review a paper. No, research is broadening. Every research we do must have impact. When in the last paper I wrote, and it was quoted by the World Health Organization, and someone said, you are not a medical student, you are not a medical researcher. Why is World Health quoting you? I said, because we worked on artificial intelligence and how to use it for the old and to detect where COVID is working. Why? You solve a problem. Every research solves a problem. And that is why we have these creative technologies. Look at the arts area, in the artistic field. Look at the media arts. Look at how we are using it for creative technology, performance, interactive installations, other immersive experiences, including museum, going to the next and to see what happens in museum. You can see the technology that is coming into it, bringing humans' artistic and emotional integration with machines. So this is understanding creative technology at its best. Ability to see diversity of ideas, diversities of research. Now look at what my school is doing. We are looking at, in creative technology, we are looking at females. We have brought it together. Females. Well, you can imagine someone in the movie. We are bringing games. We have inputted computing and then software engineering, and we call it School of Creative Technologies. And I'm going to expand on this to tell you how all of them came together and how they became one. You see, how they became one and the huge market in this. Huge. Can you meet that person? Okay, thank you. You see, look at now. And then when we talk about next generation, good. What is the next generation? China is already running in the next generation. I understand the government of India, because I speak all the time in most of the India programs, they're already working on machine level. They brought up a kind of system, to be in control in terms of cybersecurity. Now, this is what China is doing. China is proposing sustainable AI in 2030. The State Council has already planned this. They want to be in control. So what do we need to do in India? What do we need to do in Australia? What do we need to do in the other part of the world? We have to look at the focus. Now, I will bring this focus in the next slides. Big data intelligence, for example, how you transform big data into insights and render it optimized engagement capability involving different types of big data intelligence strategists, intelligent what I call BI analysts, or data intelligence, where the data speak. Now that is the next generation we are going into. We have been using to a lot of machine learning, different algorithm. Oh, we check out this algorithm is working. No, we are limiting the power of the data. The data has the power to work on unsupervised. So we are limiting it. And because we are limiting it, we are presuming the result that will already be there. So we are moving into this generation, into the next artificial intelligence, where data can be everything. That is unsupervised learning. And then we can have this implementation and have this development. Then look at the crowd intelligence, for example. Using internet-based collective intelligence, to gather information. For instance, we already have it when you have computer vision, and then Google is trying to detect someone in the crowd who may have committed a crime. How will you be checked by facial recognition and all this? But we are moving into the internet-based collective of it. Or we'll go into cross-media intelligence, for example, where you integrate data-driven machine learning with human knowledge. And that is exactly what we call Education 5.0. Remember, Education 4.0 is about artificial intelligence. But no, Education 5.0 is bringing humanity to artificial intelligence. It is not removing artificial intelligence, but bringing humanity to it, human knowledge, using cross-media data and make prediction, recognition, analysis, and reasoning of this data. Now, they're also thinking of increasing hybrid augmented intelligence. I will give this example later in the other slide. What is that? They want to create a hybrid collaboration between humans and machine. What is the long-term goal? To make machine think like human. Does it going to take a human job? No. Artificial intelligence, I keep saying it, is not there to take our job. Now, what is it doing? It's elaborating. I was with a doctor in Sweden. I went to check for a check, and the doctor said, "Oh, what are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm a professor." He said, "Which area?" I said, "Artificial intelligence." He said, "Oh, then we are going to have a discussion." And then we started talking. He said, "I don't like artificial intelligence, because in Sweden, they said they shouldn't be checking, but they should be using the information, to predict my problem." He said, "But he said, when I use the stethoscope and check your body, I discover, that it fueled me more than using the data." I told him, "Yes, sir. That artificial intelligence is not here to take away how you feel me. It's here to make you know that you can feel me and have a result that can help someone else where you can no longer be there to feel me." In other words, that is why you collect data, and you use it to treat people far away. Because as a doctor, you can't be everywhere, and you don't want to die early walking overnight, but you want the machine, you want AI to help you reason, to help you, do in places where you cannot reach as a human limitation. He said, "Oh," I said, "Yes." So, but the idea of hybrid augmented is that, machine will think like human and more powerful, more than machine or human intelligence alone. That is the next generation. And then you have it also in unmanned autonomous system. Big step in the fusion of mechanical system, especially in areas where you have energy consumption. I was speaking yesterday in a program, and I told them, we are not researching enough in energy. AI has so much power, so much benefits to help preserve, prevent, to help reduce the rate of energy consumption, in people's houses, predict where a power station is going to fall, predict, and what next is going to happen. It's not just suddenly the light goes off. No, everything is predicted. AI has so much power in energy generation. That is unmanned autonomous, using unmanned autonomous system. Because then we talk about the fusion of mechanical system, computing technologies, sensor, software to create this intelligent system capable of interacting with the complexities of the real world. So we are just beginning. We are just beginning in terms of research. Now look at the game system. For example, just take what our department is doing. The game industry is worth $137 billion in 2028, and much more, $180 billion by this year. That is money. So if anybody goes into research in this area, is into big source of income and also promoting the school. Now, AI in gaming refers to, when you are responsive, adaptive video game experiences, where we have used it in cinematography, where we use it in film X, and then we try to bring these non-player characters, what we call NPC, and then either intelligently or creative. Remember, I'm talking about AI in creative technology. So how do we become creative as a human game player? Why is AI some form? How does it have in long-term videos, for example, booming the frontier, how you develop, how you play? How can you come in, into it and say, I want to play this game? How do you follow the procedure? Does AI follow procedure? In terms of storytelling, in game, data, this is what you have in most of the AI, where the story, you already know where the story is, where the shooting is, and all that for people that play game. But no, we are looking at something more. We're looking at something more where I would like to play a game when I enter into a random world, a virtual world. And then I want the system to create a game for me. That is next generation hybrid. I want to play a game. I want to play with somebody and somebody, the system will play the game. We imagine, based on my imagination and create this game out, and, start shooting at things and then, or start talking and it becomes a diplomacy game or a dating simulator. Then we are also looking at the computer instantly generating any environment the player orders. That is the hybrid interactive I'm talking about. Or using this virtual reality environments, generate interactive challenges for multiple players at the same time. So AI, like I said, is not a competitor. So let's not be saying AI, is going to take our job. No, it is time to start reimagining AI as a collaborator instead. The best collaborator, because it will give you the best results. So utilizing AI in gaming is to deliver a realistic gaming experience for players to battle against each other on a virtual platform. And this can increase, what are we trying to do? Increase players' interest and satisfaction over a long time. Why is it important? Because our generation of young ones are practically on the game. Excuse me, there is a project we are working on now with the EU, because we are trying to bring AI, how it will function in the game to help with humanity. So you can't say, you want to eliminate AI. People are spending too much time in AI, but yet the children are on the game. If you want to make a crying child to keep quiet, you need to give him a game to play. Even if the child is crying, you can imagine. So even at tender age, a child knows, once I have the game, the child keeps quiet. And help the parents to do what they are supposed to do. Imagine you're doing a research and your child is busy crying. That means the concentration is out. You want to take care, but you can keep them busy with a whole lot of things. Imagine that game working in such area. Now look at the global games market. See how it's risen from 2012 to 2021. So if you start to do a research in this area, you can imagine what is going to help with the department, what is going to help in your career. And at the end, because we don't work for the money, you will work for the passion, and then passion brings the money. But imagine the mobile games, look at the PC games, look at the console games. This is huge market. Now you see why game has one of the biggest markets in the world, just by this analysis. Then you look at the game again, you see how it's moving. mobile games revenues will account for 52% of the global market, by 2021. Now by 2022, it's still increasing. So that rate is still much more, 52%. 52%. So everything has gone into game. Those days we say, if you have crude oil, you'll make more money. No, crude oil is falling, So games and cyber security, if I enter into that one, we will not finish in this talk today. But these are the things that people are making money from. Then functions of AI in gaming, for example. We want to make the game smarter. We want to bring in AI to make it smarter, making games more real, not just like computers sitting down. We want to enhance the overall gaming experience, then transform the skills of developer, where we can use it to solve humanity's problem, where the game can be a way of teaching people morals, where a game can be a way of teaching people how to drive, like this one that is you are watching. By watching and processing it, you can, when you have a car, you see, you because it's in the same system, and passing your driving school becomes easy. How do we transform game into profitable, profitable investment that will help to develop our humanity? So making mobile games smarter than with AI in gaming, or the one that is already coming up with voice intelligence, changing the way we reason, using a booster, hosting other games in different areas. But the main idea is to tell the developers the future to plan strong frameworks inside game. AI techniques, for example, can design acknowledgement, reinforcement realizing, where the characters inside the game will self-learn. You see, self-learn. We're bringing this game analysis with unsupervised learning. It will self-learn. It is not human, we're controlling it with all the algorithms that we're currently using in machine learning. No, it will self-learn from their own behavior and evolve accordingly. So this gaming industry will be recognized, and even started this, we started these big old ideas. A lot of them, we can also use 3D visualization. We can also use appealing this game, in a vision. In 10 years' time, what do we envision? Gamers don't simply need great illustrations anymore. They need games to take after the real world. This is a test for game developers, and AI is assuming a tremendous job to make this work. We have to foresee. We have to be tomorrow thinkers, not yesterday doers. Tomorrow thinkers will think ahead, will bring solution, because the world needs solution. Now look at gamers nowadays has a great deal of consideration using visual appearances. They customize scenarios. You have the capacity to play a better job in taking the game experience to the next level. We're used to playing this game, how it moves, how it jumps, because success begins from a level, and you keep moving, and it takes you to the highest level. But if you must remain in the highest level, you must keep developing ideas. You must keep developing new strategies and techniques. That is how artificial intelligence is helping us to enhance the overall gaming experience, bringing software, game, computing all together. That is what my department is doing. We're trying to bring this all together, where all this can be analyzed, and we can visualize the neural network activation using raw observations, considering the location, and we can use it even in cybersecurity. So these are all the things that we are looking at, enhancing the overall gaming experiences. Or then transforming the skills of the developer, where the developer in cutting-edge innovation to sharpen their technical skills and creativity, because creativity is the center point of AI. Then is it reinforcement learning, which is a subset of machine learning, and using it for AI PC program, like what is currently used in AlphaGo I just showed, would be the world's best human Go player in a case, in another scenario. Or the traditional game developers, rising utilization of AI games will mean a change in the way in which games are created. What is the future of AI in video games? The future is creating a game similar to the way musicians are made, where new forms of art. You develop on software that creates new video games out of a whole lot. For example, Crucia and his team add the software watch hours for video showing people playing games. what they did was to check and make guesses by just watching these video games. But it follows with a procedure to create new levels in which the rules are put to work. To generate its own games, the software will have to make information on this game behavior, design, combine, and reproduce what they see. Now, another project in the works is, that allows board gamers instantly build a new game by deciding how they want the game to look. Because, you're playing something every time, so we are trying to say, how do we make people who are bored of playing the same thing change from that? And without working on the code, but using a game creator to develop a situation where, for those who do not know how to write code, can you replicate a game based on that? These are all the ideas. Now, remember I mentioned hybrid intelligence as one of the AI next generation. Now, look at it here as the ability of technology to accomplish difficult and complex tasks by merging human intelligence and AI. In this way, we could be better achieved than those human and AI have done independently. Look at that. Human intelligence, unstructured information processing, institutional reasoning, self-organizing, knowledge learning, bringing human in the loop, human intelligence system, 1 + 1 greater than 2. How do we make artificial intelligence computing power, storage capacity? How that does not feel tired? This is the idea of game, AI techniques, because we are talking about creative, and we must be creative in our thinking. Now, look, let me give you areas of research. For some of you who will be working on it. That's why I said I wrote so many of them down, because of that, so that you can go through text-to-speech, synthetic voices. This will help developers create spoken dialogue. You have AI solution in terms of replicating studios using sophisticated neural network that you are trained to mimic human voices on the front end. You can also bring it on the back end. But okay, let's say on the front end, where the back end becomes your feedback. It becomes your feedback to what you're doing in the front end. Or you can simply type in to what the synthetic voice to say, and even including emotion for how the test is performed. This is areas of research. You can talk again of the same generating neural networks that allow dynamic dialogue. Dynamic dialogue, that means I hope that virtual reality games or even just regular console will become more immersive and dynamic. In other words, I want developers to employ writers to create storylines and dialogue. Allow the system to create this storyline for you. Future game will employ dialogue system that mimic real life. Mimic real life, like I said before, creating mimic life that can teach people something. Teach them how to cook. Teach them how to keep family, in terms of keeping kids, making kids happy. Teach, a lot of things that can be that can be used with AI solution. And what is the solution inside? Instead of working on that and choosing an arbitrary list of dialogue options, we tend to work and verbally say literally anything they want, and we see those things happen because we have an AI there. Then and tracking, haptic globes in virtual reality. This is a way machine learning is improving video game. Can we use a tracking reference for a virtual reality handset ability that recognizes and track your hand movements via the headset cameras? Or are we looking at this other area? So earlier this year, another company, Oculus, released full hand tracking system for their wireless VR headset. But we need to do more, because they have major issues that use hand tracking is that they lose the ability to feel tension or vibration. So these are all areas, all the data analytics that will shape the gameplay mechanism and level design. Remember, we're talking about AI in creative technology. How can we adopt this culture of update and patches? Video games, how can we drastically allow it to, whether or not this culture is beneficial or debated, but how can we have this big data, game developers, how do we make them to collect insight and adjust their games based on their audience? Fortnite, for example, the game Fortnite, uses that to shoot the wall. You can see what it means. Fortnite constantly change the old areas being demolished and weapons, and kids are using, a lot of kids love Fortnite, and they've made millions of money. So these are using data analytics in terms of big data to achieve this scenario. Or test analytics, where we use sentiment analysis in video game reviews, where one practical use of test analytics in the video game will be analyzing reviews. What is the sentiment? What is your emotional stand? Can our video game change the status of those who wants to commit suicide? Can they, by playing video game, start to understand the benefit of living instead of killing themselves? We could, or by reviews, by in terms of various websites like Metacritic or GameSpot or other areas, in terms of general sense, thinking how people behave and all that. Can we use these test analytics in reviews? Making complemented analysis of other dimensions. These are huge area of research. But the important thing is to us who are going to help. We must help to develop these professional goals. How do we demonstrate? I call this SMART framework. We must understand the goal. Once you don't know where you are going to, where you are coming from become non-consequential. So that goals are much harder to accomplish than specific goals. We must be specific in our research. We must be specific in our goal. We must choose one particular area and see how this area works. Measurable, measured by what we produce, not just having 100 publications, no, but making sure that our publications have impact. They are attainable, and then relevant, that our goals will be relevant to career, relevant to what we are doing, that will move us up. Because whatever you do with passion will bring money in at the end of it. What is the department setting up in terms of these professional goals? How are we expanding this artificial intelligence into creative technology? Are we time bound? Have we put time frame on this? How collaborative nature is our department that can work? Because you cannot succeed alone. I know a lot of people say, I want to be the first only author. No, you will die alone. If you are doing a whole research, only you. In fact, you won't finish in like a year. I know my friend, he wrote one paper, one in a year, and only him. And I told him, you see, this is a mark of failure. Because you should have collaborated with others and you have many papers. Only you. And that idea you started in January, you completed in December, is outdated. That's why I quarrel with journals that wants you to stay 6 months, 7 months before they publish. Because I tell them that result is outdated. It cannot be cited in the current analysis of life. So I try to work on journals that 4 months and 4 weeks, 6 weeks is out. Why? Because results. And I insist to my students, you must cite current papers. Because if you are citing a paper of 2010, 2011, and you're looking at the future works to know your idea, the future work of 2010 may have been done by 2011 or 2012. You don't wait till 2021 or 2022 to start using the old analysis. That means the result is old, it's outdated. That is why most of the results that we produce cannot make impact in humanity. But to make that impact, it must be time-bound. We must be time-bound with our reasoning. We must be time-bound with what we do. In conclusion, setting goals will provide clarity. We need this vision. We want developers to work in this AI, making AI-based player profile, game framework. Bringing this AI in creative technology is not easy, but it is possible. The AI players are prepared, trained with styles of player conduct to create a realistic feeling in the game. Gone are the days when games were just about passing time. No. Now it's about money. $180 million, it's not a small money. We can key into it. New AI techniques and algorithms are developing, giving an exciting opportunity for game developers to showcase their full potential. Thank you. You can, if you have any question, please, you are free to.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your enlightening
Questions will be posted to you later on.
Okay.
Because students are attending it virtually, sir. They will not be able to interact with you at this platform. So we are going to send the mail for all the questions that have been raised for this particular session.
Very good. You just tell them to send your question, add me up on your LinkedIn. If you have top papers, quality papers, I have venues for almost more than 500 papers. And if the papers are good, I will make sure they are published if the papers are good. And then we can collaborate, just as I spoke with the other director. We can collaborate and do a whole lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. It was a pleasure to listen to you, to give your insights about your AI topic, about more specifically games, AI based upon the games based upon the AI. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. Your talk was particularly insightful at a time when students are considering new ideas to broaden their knowledge for expanding growth in this field of AI. I believe your words have set new levels of expectations that our students aspire for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude. Knowing how busy you are, we appreciate the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to you, have with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lord, sir. And
Thank you
very
very much.
wonderful sessions it was. And you are having a lot of knowledge about gamings of based upon the AI. Thank you, Lord, sir.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. We welcome you, Shelly ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Garima.
Yeah, Achyut sir, over to you, please. Achyut sir, please unmute yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very warm welcome to all. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all for the keynote address for the Conference 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering. Even though we would have liked to invite you to our campus and have the keynote session in person, current world scenarios embed us from doing so. Luckily, we are grateful to have the opportunity to keep keynote session in a virtual mode so that our students can reap the seeds from the knowledge gathered in this session. Today, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Sally Sachdeva ma'am, and madam is currently a professor and dean of student welfare at NIT Delhi. She also worked as dean research and consultancy and head of department at NIT Delhi. She is experienced professor with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry, skilled in requirement analysis, C++, databases, electronic health record databases, the high-level query language interfaces, and data quality for health informatics. A strong education professional with a PhD Doctor of Philosophy focused on computer science from the University of Eiju, Japan. She received Japanese government mixed scholarship. Ma'am, you are the idol of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to many in the domain of computer science, such as C++ and database. Ma'am, you hardly need any introduction. Ma'am, we will invite you on the platform to share a few words with us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shankar. Now I'll share my screen. Please let me know whether my screen is visible. Can you see my screen, Dr. Shankar?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Visible.
Is it on slideshow mode?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Garima. Thanks to MIT for giving me such an opportunity to be a speaker at this particular place. So I'll share my corresponding views with all of you related to a very new title. So that might be something interesting to you, where I'll talk about Vedic science to metaverse. So under this topic, I would like to introduce you with some of the real life situation and the problem our country, India, is facing the most one. So I'll be talking about the introduction, challenge, objectives, the state of art, proposed architecture, conclusion, and I'll have some references about it. So what basically instincted me to give a talk on this particular topic is that nowadays the air pollution is the predominant problem of our country. So 7 out of the top 10 most polluted cities in the world are in India. So there was a survey by Hindustan Times, and during that survey in 2018, what was found that we had so many cities in India which are being considered as the most polluted cities across the world. So can we think of something in order to eliminate, or can we inculcate an accumulation of what our earlier, for example, the ancient processes, there was a term that was being termed as a Vedic Agnihotra or Vedic science. So can we use that particular technology, Vedic science technology, in order to reduce this particular problem of air pollution? So that is what I would like to discuss in today's talk. And do we have as a computer scientist, play some role in that particular process? Can we make our contribution towards reducing the air pollution in our country? So this is just to give you a motivation to tell you, okay, the India is third among top 10 most polluted countries while we talk about. So this is the statistics data, and what are the major pollutants, air pollutants that are usually responsible for the air quality index. So air quality index is a parameter that is used to measure the air pollution. So we'll talk basically about the air quality index as an evaluation parameter, and under that there are various air pollutants which usually affects the quality of the air. So this is the survey that I was talking about, where we talked that the Hindustan Times in 2018 did a survey on air quality index, and in India, 779 locations covering 339 cities in 29 states, along with 6 union territories, were set up for measuring the AQI readings. So under this, what was being found was that the WHO safe standard for one of the major pollutant is PM 2.5. and another major pollutant is PM10. So WHO safe standard, for example, for PM 2.5 is 10, but India's safe standard for PM 2.5 is 40. And Pakistan similarly safe standard for PM 2.5 is 60. So even the Pakistan is more polluted than us. So first is according to this particular Hindustan Times survey, the Bangladesh is the first one, the Pakistan, and then comes the India, where their quality index is so bad. So can we do anything in order to do a real-time data monitoring and to do something in order to reduce this, or can we make an effort or start thinking in that particular direction, because each one of us is usually consuming 20 kgs of air in a single day. So the amount of food, the amount of water that we are taking, right, is not equivalent to the amount of air we are consuming. So each one of us is consuming approx 20 kgs of air per day. So can we think of something? Can you think? Can we as a national citizen of an India think towards this particular step? So what are the basic challenges is? So the basic challenges while taking this into consideration was, first of all, estimating the air quality. So there were a large amount of variables that needs to be taken into consideration if in case we want to measure the air quality index. But then CPCB, that is the government side of India, decided, okay, for measuring the air quality, we'll consider some particular parameters, and those particular air pollutants will be having a formula which are used for estimating the AQI, air quality index. So we also took into consideration the air quality index as a parameter. We considered the same pollutants and we considered the formula that was being followed by CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board of India. So what Central Control Pollution Board of India is right now deployed is they are deployed a website from where we can see, okay, the AQI level of Jahangirpuri Delhi is this much, the of Sonipat is this much. So they have installed at various locations, they've installed the sensors and a complete unit for measuring those air pollutants, and then they are calculating the air quality index, and we can simply examine through that particular air quality index that are displayed on the website that what is the AQI currently at this particular place, wheresoever the sensors are being deployed. So now the next challenge is how to purify the air in the near future. So much of the research work has already been done in order to monitor the air quality, right? But under that was one of the challenges also. So that can be taken into consideration, utilizing the same formula the CPCB is following. And then to purify the air in the near future, will focus upon Vedic Agnihotra science. So these are the objectives. We first started the atmospheric composition of the data, the state of art in the field of the Vedic science, technology, which did a complete survey of what has happened till date into the field, this one, and is there a computer scientist perspective of analyzing the things and trying to relate the Vedic technology or the science to this one? Then we thought of, okay, let's examine. First of all, embedding Vedic, the idea was to embed the Vedic Agnihotra with computer technologies like Internet of Things, augmented reality, and robotics. So this was the main aim with which the particular process initiated, and we started thinking towards this particular direction, and then we examined whether it is effective at reducing the air pollution or not. So we did a small set of experiments in order to examine this for the reduction of the air pollution. We proposed and recommended a novel method and a technique for reducing the air pollution, in which we measured the pollutants before performing the Vedic Agnihotra and after performing the Vedic Agnihotra. And then we analyzed, okay, what was the variation in the pollutants level, and we finally calculated the AQI before performing Vedic Agnihotra and after performing the Vedic Agnihotra. So these are the air pollutants which I was talking about, which plays a major role for the pollution. So PM 2.5 is there. Then this is if the range lies between 0 to 30, 0 to 15, 0 to 40 for PM 2.5, PM 10, SO2, then it is being considered as good. Otherwise, if the range lies between this one, then it's considered as satisfactory. So if the range lies between this one, the range is being considered as a moderate, and if the range lies between this particular value, then it is being considered as a poor, then very poor and severe. So in most of the cases, we are towards this particular poor one. So when we started analyzing, so these are the major pollutants, the three, that was PM 2.5, PM 10, SO2 were the three. The fourth is NO2, then is carbon monoxide, NH3, ozone, and TB. So these were the major air pollutants that really affect and make the air quality index very worse. So then what's the Vedic science technology, and what's the Agnihotra process is, and how does it certify that it aims to reduce the pollution? So after doing a rigorous study and an analysis into this particular domain, what we found was that Agnihotra is to be performed in a copper pyramid receiver and transmitter of subtle healing energy. So it has a particular dimension, and because of which the chemical reactions that take place inside that pyramid really helps to produce O2. So there was a myth earlier that does really performing a Vedic Agnihotra produces carbon dioxide, or does it really helps in producing oxygen? So a set of chemical reactions were being found. So various Vedas were being referred for that, and from that the chemical reactions were being found. And from those chemical reactions that took place during the combustion process supported the evidence that yes, O2 is being produced on the right hand side of the chemical reaction. So that is why it really can help in reducing the air pollution. So this is how it can help. So first rays of the sun at the sunset and the sunrise, so usually the Vedic Agnihotra process is performed either early in the morning or during the sunset time. So the solar energy is being performed. Then Agnihotra, during the process of Agnihotra, there are various materials that are to be used inside this combustion process. So those are basically ghee, havan samagri, then particular cow dung, then some particular mango leaves are put into that, then the people leaves are put into that, and that produces a chemical reaction. So this Agnihotra gives nutrition to all life, the plants, animals, humans, and it covers a large area. So the energy thirst is there into the atmosphere. And this energy thirst that happens into the atmosphere returns to the pyramid, right? So that is why it is usually effective in cleaning the atmosphere, in cleaning our biosphere up to few kilometers. राइट जैसे आप सिर्फ क्या करते हैं आप सिर्फ एक छोटी सी लाल मिर्च को कभी कभी जलाते हैं so what happens is when you put it into this particular agni what happens is it usually either your eyes are thinking like this one or what you feel like is that the smell goes to your neighbors as well as to the whole colony. So similarly the process that is being performed during the Agnihotra shoots up a few kilometers into the biosphere, and despite of that it only can help you to breathe good air, it helps others also up to few kilometers to breathe good air. So then the objective was this one. The objective was that can we create a device first of all to monitor the pollution? So the answer is because the examination was to inculcate with computer science technologies, with IoT, with augmented reality and robotics, right? So with this particular theme, the study started, okay, let's first of all create a device to monitor the pollution. But how to monitor the pollution? Making use of Internet of Things. So the sensors were being used and the monitoring of air pollution was being done. Then we store this particular track data into a real time, right? And then analyze the data for displaying the values of the pollutants. So once we are analyzing it, we thought of why don't we use an augmented reality interface in order to have a visualization and an analysis of a pollution data. So we explored the various tools and Unity 3D was being found as a tool which can render the augmented reality interface. Now, we thought of displaying the pollution data into the augmented reality real time, right? And then once we analyzed it, we found that the values that were being noted before the Agnihotra process and after the Agnihotra process, there was a variation in the value of various pollutants. So then can the Vedic Agnihotra, or referred to as a yagna, can be performed with the help of robotics into the polluted area so that we can aim towards moving to reduce the air pollution. So most of the work is done in this particular part, right? So the survey says many research papers related to IoT in monitoring the air pollution, but for reducing the air pollution, the government has set up certain strategies. Right? So certain strategies have already been set up, but if every person living in India thinks of in this particular way and can perform something like this, so the pollution can be reduced. So this is what we did. So what an Internet of Things is, all of you are living into the technology and are already aware. It's simply a network of devices interacting with each other via machine-to-machine communications that enables collection and exchange of data. So then this particular state of art related to the Vedic Agnihotra was being surveyed into the detail, where we surveyed some of the recent papers and we just tried to find out, okay, Vedic Agnihotra process had the effect on what particular parameters. So someone was stating that they had an effect on the air, water, particular pollution reduction. Then some did some particular studies related to the particulate matters, the PM 2.5, what is the level. So they were basically making use of some particular equipments and they were making use of some chemical reactions. So we thought of why can't we, being a computer scientist, can think of it and think of another way of examining the same thing despite of putting a plate and the plate turns red or the plate turns, can't we use the sensors in order to analyze it and inculcate it with the Vedic science technology? So we analyzed various particular pollutants and we just did a survey, okay, which particular paper was talking about which particular particulate matter. So we thought of inculcating all the particular pollutants in our particular proposed model, and then we thought of making use of a sensor-based air quality monitoring system in order to examine before the Vedic Agnihotra process and after the Vedic Agnihotra process. So this is where I talked about embedding IoT, embedding augmented reality and robotics in this particular. So that's why I thought of giving it as a title as Vedic Science to Metaverse. Now, we did a simple small experiment in our proposed system where we first initiated with the air pollution monitoring system. So we inculcated some IoT-based sensors and created an air pollution monitoring system. And then we thought of, okay, can we use the data science? Can we use the machine learning for making a prediction as is happening in all other fields also? So this is the proposed architecture diagram for monitoring the pollutants during the Agnihotra process. So we had an array of sensors as a unit where we had various sensors. So basically PM 2.5 and PM 10 were the major pollutants that were affecting. So that is why they are being shown. The rest of the sensors are not being shown. So then we had a microcontroller over here. So then this is the interface unit. So user interface was being created. And then correspondingly, the data was being saved onto a cloud-based system, right? From where we can have a prediction part also. So this is the data analytics part where we can make use of machine learning techniques in order to predict and do a data visualization on the top of it. So here in the cloud subsystem, we can simply create various APIs for fetching the data, for pre-processing and then providing it to the user interfaces. So what the research challenges were there while we were creating this particular proposed architecture and we were implementing it? So some of the research challenges that were encountered is complexity in development of sensing nodes, right? So then low cost was also one of the parameter. Okay, so because these sensors usually cost very high and we just have to examine it first of all, what is the effect and how much there is a gain in the air pollution reduction. Then power efficiency is a great challenge for these systems as different sensors consume more power. So there is recently a paper published, 2022 paper only. So that is published in the Journal of Power Sources that talks about how we can work on this particular factor where we can work on. So they used a laser-based factor for increasing the power efficiency. Then cost of different systems has increased due to high-end technologies and the challenges to bring a low-cost system so that it should be affordable. Then accuracy of the forecasted data. So this is just for the forecasting module where we talked about the data science and doing the prediction about it. So that's the other part of it. Now, with this particular parameters that needs to be considered were these ones. Okay, so the system type we consider it as indoor, deployment and maintenance should be easy one. The cost may be an average despite of a low cost. The accuracy should be very high. The power consumption should be low and the response time should be average. So these were the parameters that were taken into consideration. With this, the IoT sensor-based AQI pollution measuring kit was being developed, and that was used to measure the pollutants before the Yajna process and after the Yajna process. So this is I'll show you just the sensing prototype where we start with the version 1.0. We moved on to version 2.0 and we simply had an experiment on the particular plants, and then this is version 2.1 and finally this is version 2.2. We inculcated all these particular parameters. We made use of Arduino Uno as the particular interfacing between the cloud-based system and the sensor-based unit, and we put it into a particular board and then we had a display at this particular place. So this was just a set of an experiment that was being initiated for this particular type. And with this, so the further parts of it to related to the augmented reality and whether the robots can perform these particular process or not is still under consideration. So the experiment has been shown to do for a particular set where we had the air quality index monitoring systems. So the selection of the sensors played a crucial role. So I told you the parameters based upon which we selected the sensors. We did it for an indoor one for so the prototype demonstration for the air quality index monitoring system is being shown to you. Then air quality index reduction. So our aim is to provide the reduction to it. So that is why we thought of connecting Vedic science with Internet of Things, and we are trying to build a machine to machine mechanism for solving the problem of air pollution. So usually the process of Agnihotra, that is the basic sciences, usually takes 30 minutes. So on an average, it can be for 1.5 hours or 2 hours, but usually if you perform it on a daily basis, everything gets finished up within a duration of 30 minutes. So now the thing is that the model can help the competent authorities to devise policies for purification of air around the region. Then sensor networks will provide the pre-remedial quality status and enable us to identify the potential of Vedic science technique by performing yajna along with the chanting of mantras. Now, adoption of this technique based on the technology in Vedic sciences will help us definitely to cleanse and harmonize the surrounding environments in terms of energy and air quality. So these are some of the references that will be used, some of the main important references that will be used. So now I would like to invite any questions from the audience, if in case there are any. Okay, fine. So if in case there are no questions from the audience side, I would like to end up this talk.
Any questions, please? It seems fine, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for your enlightening words, ma'am. It was pleasure to listen you give insights about the topic Vedic science to metaverse. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. Your talk was particularly insightful at a time when students are considering new ideas to broaden their knowledge for expanding growth in the field of computer science. I believe your words have set new levels of expectation that our students aspire for. So on behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude. Knowing how busy you are, we appreciate the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to you to having for this session, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Okay. I think I can leave Dr. Shankar.
Yeah, you can leave.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Due to some of the technical reason, Professor Mahmood has not joined, so but he will be joining shortly. Meanwhile, just I got something to share with you all. It's very important. Now, if you are in research, as a student, as a professor, as a graduate student, you can say, as a postgraduate student, it's very important that we have to concentrate about publication, right? And you know that research publication, it's not only about the learning, about the experience, it is always useful for your career. And if you concentrate about the colleges which are outside, the universities which are outside, they are more concerned that how, if you are applying for the masters, if you are applying for the PhD work, for the PhD degree, they are more concerned that how you are different from others. It means that if you are not adding something in your profile which makes you different and that can be done in terms of research. So research nowadays is very common, and I can see that you must have knowledge about the conference paper and also about the journal paper, right? So the outline which just it was simply I want to give you a brief outline that if you talk about the publication, we have many types. The first two types which you can see here is the journal paper, and the second one is the proceeding paper. So here, how the main focus for me is that if you have targeted the journal paper, how you are going to publish the paper in high impact journal, right? Also, what can be your aim of publication, right? What is a scholarly journal, right? These are the some outlines which I'm going to talk today. So if you come, yes. So before we start, you must know that research is very important. The publication is the knowledge sharing, I can say. And also, when you talk about the articles, the most important thing which I want to share with you all that you need to get your work cited. Everyone has this skill, right? Everyone has ability to write the paper. If I am writing a paper which is a journal paper, and if it is not cited, then it means that nobody is reading your paper. So only thing which I want to make you understand that if you are into research as a UG student or as a PG student, if your work is getting cited, means if your work is getting recognized, everyone will be appreciating you. So here, if you talk about the publication, so aim of the publications, we have many things, many points I can say that can be taken care, right? What can be your aim of publication? What can be included into that? So if you are into publication, you must have some certain aim with you. So likewise, you can see here the points which have been mentioned means to build the author records, CV and reputation of the research contribution in form of. So what does it mean? It means when you are, yes, so when you are into this, the publication mode, so I can say that it is one thing which is advancing the knowledge. The other aim can be to have the other researchers who are into the field of, suppose you have taken an area which is trending, such as AI, such as IoT, Internet of Things. So how you are getting connected with the researcher who are into that? Because if you do not have the target for the researcher who are working on the same area, what will happen? You will lag behind, because once you are targeting, okay, he is the professor, he is working good into the field of IoT or artificial intelligence or machine learning. So if you are following that particular researcher, I think that the problem statement, the what you have, the idea, the design, that can be taken care. So here we have certain aims of publication. The most important, when you are into the start of writing the start of the research paper, you need to define the objective. Objective is very important, because sometimes what happens, if you are not clear with the objective and you are thinking that later on I can change the objective, I am telling you it's not going to work out. The most important here, once you define the objective, you have to decide that what tool you are going to use, what are the certain methodology you are going to use. So problem statement defining is very important. Many of the research paper you have seen that they have the title as well as the abstract. And abstract, what I can say that it is it gives you idea that what exactly that paper means. It means if you read that title and abstract, you are clear with the basic the scenario, what the author want to present into that paper, right? So coming to the publication type, you see here that many type of publications can be done. This is the sample which I am presenting in front of you all, that we have the journal papers, we have the proceeding papers, and in that proceeding papers, we have conferences, workshops, colloquiums. Like that, we have, you would have heard about the magazine paper. Letters, you must be wondering that what is letters? Letters are very short. I can say that it consists of 6 number of, as you see that for letters, we have many journals also. So if you want to publish your paper in later journals, you need, they have defined that 6 number of pages are only allowed. So what does it mean? Sometimes if you target the journal paper, which is mentioned here, the first one. So journal paper means there is no such defined number of pages. It depends journal to journal, that okay, if this journal of IEEE, if this journal of Elsevier, if this journal of Taylor and Francis, okay, so I have defined this parameter that we will be taking only 10 pages, not more than that. But what happens next? If you are targeting the latest journals that consist of, it means that they have defined that whatever, you can see that we have parallel image latest journal, we have IIT image processing latest journal. They have all defined the maximum number of pages, and it is 6, right? If you talk about the patents, right, this is also one of the publication type, that how you have the prototype and the design with you, this can be published, right? We have this, we should talk about the another type, that is we have the chapter, we have the books, many books. If you want, you can publish there also. You have to talk, you have to target the this, what I can say, the publishers. If you're talking about the book, and book is of 2 types, if I can say, one is the authored book and the other is the edited book. So you have to see that edited book is something which I can say that your role is only to edit the book. You can do in a group, or also you can do in a, this alone. If you are working in a group, it means that if you are only editing, that is called edited book. You do not have role in writing any of the chapters, that can be known as edited books. But if you talk about the another type, that just now I have told you about, the authored book. Authored book is something that you are, it can be also done in a group or alone, but the important thing is that how you are contributing, as it, the name itself is clear, authored book. As a author means you are the responsible person for each and everything what is happening into the book, starting from the chapter 1 to chapter 10, whatever number of chapters you have defined. So, and also later on it can be sent to the publisher for publishing it. So these all are the things where you can get the idea that what can be coming into the publication time. So once you are done with the publication type, we can see that, see, my main focus here is that how you as a graduate student, right, or postgraduate student, or you are a PhD student, how you are going to fulfill the research requirements, means how, what will be your target, what will be your work style, what will be your this criteria. So these all things are very important when you talk about research. And as you must be wondering about, it's very difficult how to enter into the research field. I am telling you that it's very easy. The only thing is that you have to enter. Once you have entered into this, you have understood, the first day when you have written and published your first work, I believe that from that particular day, it will be very easy for you. The only problem is that how you are going to handle the first work. And if it is done, and if you have successfully published, it's a type of excitement, I can say. It's a type of your involvement will be more into this. So when you talk about, as I told, first we will be taking here about the journal papers, that how you're going to deal with the journal papers, and later on we will see the review papers also and conference papers also. So here some certain points which I have mentioned, that in this type of journal, if you are looking for the journal paper, means what you are going to do here, we have to see that how when you are writing journal paper, you have to be time oriented. Also, the first thing, suppose you have to target some journal. Okay, I want to publish my paper in such example. I can give you a high impact journals. High impact journals are International Journal of Intelligent System, that is of V11, that is of 10 impact factor. Likewise, you can take as my area is networking and IoT. So if you take networking journals, we have Journal of Network JNCA, right? Journal of Network Computer and Application, that impact factor is 5. If you take computer communication, that is also of this Elsevier, it consists of 3.5 impact factor. Like that, what I want to make you understand here, that if you have the target of the journal, you have to see that whether you are applying the paper in the normal issue, or I can say regular issue. The other is the special issue. So that is the, if someone is up, some journals have published the special issues, means we have the this deadline that you have to see. And the other thing is, if you are targeting for the regular issue, that means that there is no such deadline, but the only thing is what are the number of volumes, how many number of volumes they are publishing in a year. Sometimes what happen that they are a target of only 5 volumes in a year, and if you miss that, it is really. So the first important thing that you have to target the journal. Accordingly, you have to write the paper, and the most important is that how you are going to done it review. Because what happens that if you are writing the paper, right, you cannot review your paper by your own, you cannot find the mistakes. Why any of the journal is always going for some, nowadays you can say that some good journals are going for 3 blind review. That is the review process, I can say. Some journals, they are concentrating for 2 review, 2 blind review. So this is very important, writing a research paper. We will get into the detail also, that how you are going to start the journal paper. I have later on, I have made the slides for this also, that how you are going to explain all the further things which can, how you are going to start from the scratch when you are into the research publication for the journal. That also I will tell you later on. But these are the major points that, see, it is also mentioned that high impact journals mostly apply the peer reviewing process, right? If you see here that how you have done the major contribution, means your journal paper, you must highlight the contribution, you must highlight the nobility, right? We have some certain pattern that to be followed into the research writing. Means you have to highlight the significance, you have to highlight the nobility, how your paper is different from the existing one, right? What are the parameters you have defined for your work, for the research paper, if you are targeting the journal paper, and how you have done the result part. That is main important. Why it is important? Because the first, as if I am a reviewer, right, if I am selecting some of the journal and you have applied the paper there, and if it comes to me, I will be seeing the first thing, that what proposed system you have designed. The second thing, I will go to the result, right, that what sort of work you have done into the result. And you know that result is not that much easy as you are thinking. Really, you have to work hard, you have to understand the tool. Here you have to select the tool, that which tool you want to work, how you are going to get the results for that, whatever the parameters you have defined for your work, the problem statements which you have taken, right? So these are the points which you have to see into the journal papers. Proceeding papers, as you know that proceeding papers are also I can say important. As you know that in Amity itself, it's conference going on, and this all comes into the proceeding papers, right? Here I can say that you have the great opportunity to start your research with the proceeding paper, right? To start your research, if you target some of the reputed conference, that will be really a nice start, I can say. Here, In conference paper also, or other term, I can say that proceeding papers, we have many things to concentrate and also to target. If you talk here, the first point which I want to tell you that it can be published faster compared to the journal papers. Proceeding papers are really faster. It is less time taker, because when you put your paper into the journals, it takes lot of time, right? Many years and years. The high reputed journals, if you see that IEEE transactions, ACM transactions, many, I can say that some 2 years, 1 years and 5 months also took for the review to be generated. So it means that they are only concentrating about the quality. They will be only bothered about the quality, and that review processes, it's not only, as I have told you, about the 3 or 2, that can go to 5 reviewers also. But if you talk about the proceeding papers, it means the journal paper is only limited to it here also, depending upon the the proceeding which you are taking, such as the IEEE, Springer, ACM. They have also defined the number of pages. So that the first thing which you have to concentrate here is the number of pages, that which conference you are targeting, right? Also here, the most important is that how you are taking the problem statement. If you are done with the problem statement here in the conference, the second thing is that about the same as you have done into the journal paper, means I can say the result part. So what tool you are using and how you have defined the problem statement, what framework you have made, what architecture you have drawn, and overall, if you apply to the any of the conference which you have targeted, and how you have written the paper, there also they will be only talking about or taking care of the quality. As you see in our conference itself, conference 2022, the more than 700 papers have been this applied here. Authors from different countries have this applied the paper here. But out of that, you must know that we have selected around 150 papers. So see that how it's the, what I can say, the criteria for selecting the papers, the to prove the standard, to prove the quality standard, it matters. You cannot expect that what paper you have written can be accepted in the reputed conferences or any conference. The quality cannot be compromised, right? The most important, you have to take care that how you are this writing research paper with quality.
Thank you. Thank you, Achyut. You have really utilized the time which was available to you. And I'm sure all delegates got some idea about how to publish paper, how to write paper, how to do research, which we want everybody should do it. And we are also joined by Professor Masood Mohammed. Mohammadji, we welcome you. Thank you so very much. In spite of all your busy schedule, you could join Confluence 2020. Thank you so very much. And your background always reminds me Canberra, wonderful campus. I always cherish. Our student has also visited University of Canberra. It's a wonderful university, and Canberra place itself is so loving, so caring, full of greenery. I have seen jungles in Canberra with your Pro-Vice Chancellor. It was wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Mohammedian, to be with us, and to you now. Yeah, to you, Professor Maksud now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
First, let me, so let me congratulate you for such a great conference, the 12th International Conference that you're running. It's a pleasure associating with you. As you may know, also an honorary from and it's a great pleasure that we build a relationship between the University of Canberra and Amity University. You and your students have with us, and some of your students have also with us in Canberra, Australia. I have also visited your beautiful campus. several times. Hopefully, in the coming year, you come back again, there will be no restrictions, so can conference face to face. I will start you along straight away.
Yes.
I have prepared a talk for you based on data needs and trends and issues using the supermarket and the movements data. If I can start the talk. So the talk would be very simple, but just a slide about my intention is also to build on the last talk and introduce last speaker talked about here using the models and the facilities about to use for free to engage in the data mining and health. So without any delay, there you know the amount of data is stored activities stored using mobile phones, much and other devices that we use. Such data about activities and opportunities to perform data mining and analysis, provide us with information about health and well-being of people around. And this is not anymore on one tree, but look at data from all around the world. Well-being information provided from the data using modeling, data analytics can be used by decision makers such as policy makers, government officials, professionals, and their basically create new and innovative solutions to improve people's everyday life. So such data about well-being of the people once collected and analyzed can provide us with insight in what is happening in a certain country, in a country, in a city, in a suburb, city. And that can be used to improve people's life by making the correct decisions to act and people's life-based data collected. For example, data that's collected from the supermarket or people's cities can be linked to in certain suburbs or in certain cities, certain countries, and from that we can generate information of the person, what they eat, what the proteins, fibers, and what kind of activity. Of course, it is very in privacy and of data to and identify people, but possibly identify the purchase goods in an area and the activities of people in that activity. We know get from the data movements of the people in different part of the city, country, or around the world. Our information, also at Stanford, he's now in Washington University, the data and algorithms are, I would say, a few applications, and that's a very, very good way to start learning. So, and also not but also you can use the data to improve people's health, understand physical and well of people, specifically at the conditions that are used with the still and just actually putting pressure on people
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I think you are not audible. Sir, I think you are not audible. Can you unmute yourself, sir?
My submission today. Yes, I am on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I think
thank you.
my internet dropped because we have some storm happening here in Canberra. I hope that this is.
No problem,
Yes,
Professor.
can you hear me?
We can hear you, Professor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can hear you.
Yes, I apologize. We had some unusual monsoon rain some of the year in Australia, and today it's just been a bit unusual. So we have a very unstable internet connection. I don't know what's happening, but I will continue, and I will be very quick. So we basically we don't lose any information. So I mentioned that we can improve the health and well-being of people by doing analysis on the data that's recorded on the supermarkets. And with that, we can design new or provide solutions for what type of foods we want to sell in the supermarkets, the amount of oil, sugar, salt. We can build better bicycle paths, food paths, parks, recreations, places, improve health facilities, and understand better neighborhoods and build better cities. And we can allocate funds to combat obesity and other illnesses due to the
IT support.
I'm very sorry for this very unstable line, so I will be very quick today with my talk. So we can ask, is it enough to analyze food and online activities of the people to make decisions? Or does supermarket purchase and online activities provides us with information because we cannot link it directly to the people? So the data that we are using, or we have used, is from the Tesco, which is a British multinational grocery supermarket. In 2015, it was the 9th highest grossing retailer in the world, with 81 billion in global revenue, and the biggest grocery retailer in UK, with 28 of the market share of the supermarkets. So basically, Tesco uses the loyalty cards. These cards are given to the people, and when they purchase, they scan those cards if they like, and for scanning the cards, they get points, and then they use the points to redeem foods and other prices as they wish. So the supermarket purchase data that we have used is also available to you if you want to use it. The details I will be giving you in a minute. So we basically use the data from 411 supermarkets, Tesco supermarkets, within the boundaries of the Greater London during the entire year of 2015. Of course, some information has been removed, so we cannot identify each individual who purchased what, but for each purchase, we know what was purchased and the amount of purchase. So the grocery data sets that is used has a record of 420 million food items purchased by 1.6 million cardholders, these loyalty cardholders. Of course, some people don't use the loyalty cards, so the data is not complete if the person doesn't want to use the loyalty cards. But because the loyalty cards provides prices and points that they can use for purchasing food again or other prices, we assume that many people use it. So for each of these data items, the 420 million data items, the nutritional properties of each item, including the salt, oil, and the calories for each item per 100 grams, or depends on the items, is also available. So the supermarkets basically use the barcodes for each food, and each food is identified, each food item is identified using these barcodes. That's also the data that we have used has got the barcodes that represent each data item. So it's not just the text, you can also use the barcode, which is a set of numbers representing each item. And the location of the where the item is purchased is also available. So not only you know what item was purchased, when, but also you know at which location, at which supermarket. So data, also we have got, we have also data that's from 2016, not 2015, 2016, and that indicates that 69% of the adults have smartphones, and in developed countries, and 46 in the developing countries use the smartphones. So what data are captured and collected using the smartphones? Of course, you know, time and date, weekday or weekend, temperature, movement, exercise data, heart rate, and if the person wears the watch or has got their smartphone with them, their sleep patterns, accelerations, location data, and accelerometer information, device usage. So this data also can be used with the data from the purchase of the foods to link them together in a way that we can basically find out if people are exercising in certain areas of the city, what food people are purchasing in a certain area of the city. Of course, you can ask yourself this question, that you may purchase some food for your grocery shoppings in certain part of the city, and then while you're coming from work, you purchase next to your work, and then you travel 10 or 20 kilometers and then go to your home and use the food there. So therefore, it's very hard to link the suburbs, but this is very unusual pattern. People mostly purchase around where they live, or in the city they live, or in the suburb they live. So of course, there's going to be some issues with the data and collection of the data and the usage of the data, because we assume that the food that's purchased from a supermarket is used in the area around, or suburbs around that supermarket. And that could be, of course, incorrect. But it's very rare that people move from one side of the city to the other side to do the purchasing of the food, and specifically when the supermarket prices for all these foods is the same all around this greater city of London that we look at. With availability of data about millions of people, millions of purchases of foods over a year, and basically the data on the activities of the people using smartwatches and smartphones, we don't require anymore to do laboratory experiments to collect data with just a few people.
Yes, not here.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Sir, we can hear you, but your screen is not shared.
My screen is not shared. I'm very sorry. Just check.
But do one thing, your bandwidth is very low, so just switch off your camera and the screen shares.
Yes, of course, I can do that. I just switch off my camera. Let's see. Yes, the bandwidth actually today is very bad. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's perfectly visible, sir. Just put in a presentation mode and just.
Yes, sure.
Yeah,
Are
thank
you
you,
okay?
sir. It's in a presentation mode.
Yes, of course. So we can find out what kind of food people purchase in certain areas, what kind of exercises people do and how much do people exercise, what kind of food and exercises are popular in certain part of the city, how often people purchase products, and when they purchase products, what kind of products are purchased together. For example, milk and bread, sugar and cream. What are the most popular times of the day that people purchase foods or do exercises and trainings? How often people communicate and how do they communicate? Because we have got all the data about the phones, the smartphones. Who needs this answer to these questions? Of course, we need answer to these questions, this data and questions from the behavior, social, and medical science researchers, decision makers, health professionals, policymakers, politicians, city and park designers, and business owners. So we collect data about activities, movements, communications, sleep and resting, heart rates, and many other activities, including the purchase data. So my talk today is that there are a large amount of data is available if you want to use them. And basically, also now by including weather data, for example, and the temperature data, the season, the day of the week, is it a weekday or weekends, we can start looking at and finding the behaviors of people in certain areas or certain cities. We can, of course, predict that cities that have more parks or free sports facilities and spaces to walk will have people with greater activities, because once you provide safe sports facilities, parks, walkways, people will use it. Now we can use this data to support our assumptions that having facilities in certain areas or certain part of the city, what are the activities of the people? And we can use that for city and urban planning. We can look at the health care issues, and we can also design cities to change the behaviors of the people. So around 5.5 million deaths per year are due to the inactivities, and data about 68 million days of physical activities of 717,000 people in 111 countries was studied by Althoff at Stanford. The data is available here, and please contact me if you want the data. It's also available from the activity inequality projects that's done by Stanford, looking at the smartwatch data, smartphone data, and smartwatch data of 111 countries. What is very interesting when you look at this data, and you get very surprising results. So the smartphones and the smartwatches provide patterns of human movements. Supermarket data provides the patterns of purchases and the type of foods that people purchase and eat. Can we successfully determine the dynamics of the spread of diseases using this data? Can we determine the role of physical activities to identify obesities? Can we determine the role of environment, urban design, local facilities in improving people's daily activities? Because the data is there. We know where the parks are. We know what the people purchase. We know the activities of the people. So Althoff has studied the 68 million days of minute-by-minute step recordings from over 717,000 users using their smartphone, and the data is available. You can also use it. There's some programs also available that you can use for analysis. It's important to note that 90% of the data were about users from 32 high-income countries, and 10% were from 14 middle-income countries, including 5 lower middle income countries, because that's where basically people can afford to purchase this kind of phones and their smartwatches, with average users recording 4,961 steps per day in 14 hours. And that's not a large amount of steps. So here you can see, again, this is also coming from a lot of theses are put in here with the reference to it. You can look at it, it's available. And basically the color on the map of the world shows where basically people do the most number of steps. So of course, where it is great, we don't have the data. But you can see the dark blues and the greens. Dark blue represents 6,000, and then reds that goes down to 3,500 per day. So what is interesting is that the United States and Mexico have similar daily steps taken by people, but the United States exhibits higher obesity compared to Mexico. So what is the reason? If the people have got similar activities, but they have got higher obesities, of course, the issue is with the food. So here is another graph that in some countries there are some individuals that and recorded very high activities, and the others that have got low activities. So you cannot say that, for example, in certain countries, the same amount of take the same amount of activities and the steps. That's something that everybody knows. But you see here the amount of activities, and when you look, Saudi Arabia and United States are almost in the same level, which is very interesting. So you would not be guessing that in Saudi Arabia and the United States have got the similar patterns of activities on average. So workable environments increase physical activities during the both work leisure, of course. Can you now answer to these questions? Is your smartwatch or a smartphone with you or against you? This was our project, that if you use the data on the smartwatches, the purchase data, is this data going to help people or is it going to go against? Of course, there are limitations, and you can basically at the end of this talk come with your own conclusions. Of course, there's limitations to this study. The majority of the adults in developed countries own mobile devices and the smartphones. So we don't have large countries and low-income countries. Number of smartphone connections worldwide, however, is expected to increase by 50%. That's the old data by 2020. So we expect any biases to diminish in the future when we do the analysis, as more and more people use the smartphones, even in low-income countries. Time is spent in activities where it is impractical to carry a phone. For example, when you're playing soccer, tennis, swimming, is not recorded, but the smartwatches can be used, of course, in this scenarios, but not the smartphones. The other limitations of this was the combination consumptions to the activities of the people. So we don't have the data of when a certain amount of food is purchased, who used it. But we know purchased goods and foods that's from supermarkets are mainly used in the greater London, in the areas where we collected the data. But who purchased it, how old they are, we don't know. However, we know the demographics of areas where the supermarket is. We know how many houses are there, how many units are there, what's the average population, how many kids are in that area, and that's based on the census data. So we can combine all this data together. Of course, there would be issues with this data, because data coming from different sources, data coming from the smartwatches and the smartphones in certain areas, and the purchase data from certain areas, but we cannot link them one-to-one to a person because of the privacy. All the data about the persons are removed. So therefore, it is possible these days with this data collection and analysis to perform and data analytics on the health and well-being of the people. So as I said, geographical areas and census statistics in UK is available, and also in US and Australia is a market. So we know who lives around which supermarkets. When I say who, the type of demographics, who they are, they're male or female, what's the average age, what's the minimum age, what's the maximum age, all this data is there. Is there a place that's highly populated next to the supermarket? Are there parks in that areas or not? So all this data is available now, and it is on our fingertips. And with the power of the computers and the data analytics that we have, we can basically use this data to design better cities, better parks, help people design health services for different people in different areas. Also, COVID, what we have learned from COVID is the large amount of data that we collected from about the supermarkets, smartwatches, and smartphones can assist us in identifying people and people movements. And that's what's used in Australia for tracing and tracking. So at the end, what I want to do is put the references there. You can also contact me if you have got any questions. We have done a large amount of analytics. So with the data on my reference number 5, the data is available from the scientific data. Also with that, there is a Python program that allows you to do data analytics on the super data. So if you are starting with data analytics, looking for data, you want to do publications, this is a very good starting point. Also with reference number 1, with Althoff, the data is available. And then the thesis of Althoff is also very interesting. To a couple of days, and they learn about the algorithms that they have used for the data analytics on human movements and the exercises. So I would recommend you that you use reference number 1 and reference number 5. With the data, reference number 5 has got also the program. I stop here. I'm very sorry about unstable connection that I have here today. So if there is any questions, please let me know. And as I said, it has been a great pleasure to give a talk. And my talk was just not showing all the data and analytics, but my intention was to introduce you with possibilities that are there, with the data that's are there, with the programs that you can run fairly quickly, and also assist you with your publications and learning of applications of new algorithms. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Okay, so thank you for your enlightening words, sir. It was pleasure to listen you to giving insight about the topic, data mining and prediction of health issues using data mining techniques, combined data sets for supermarket and health data. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. Your talk was particularly insightful at a time when students are considering new ideas to broaden their knowledge for expanding growth in the field of computer science. I believe your words have set new levels of expectations that our students aspire for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude knowing how busy you are. We appreciate the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to have you with us, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Thank you for having me. It has been a great pleasure. And actually the collaboration with the University of Canberra and Amity, not only in Noida, but also we're working with your campus in Dubai and in Uzbekistan. It has been a great pleasure being involved and doing research with you. We just published 2 books together. from Amity and me, as you said, as editors. We edited 2 books in the past year, and I seek collaborations with anyone that's interested to work with us, being a student or academic staff. We really appreciate working with you. Thank you again. Thank you for having me. And I'm sorry for the unstable internet connections.
No problem, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ayush sir, now it's a break or other speaker will be joining?
Yes, sir.
So Professor Mike Hinchey is here. Can
Okay,
you
okay.
hear us?
Hello, yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
sir. Please start. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Very, very good afternoon, Professor Mike. It's always nice to see you.
And you, as always, good to see you.
And
unfortunately, it's not afternoon here. It's
morning for you.
4 in the
Yes.
morning.
Yes. So I was thinking you are in India. Yes, you're not.
No, I'm in Washington actually.
Oh, that's great. And we are really missing your visit to India. And we look forward.
I know. I would so much like to be there. Unfortunately,
thank you very much for
difficult.
accepting our invitation to be keynote. And we also have you as a guest of honor in valedictory. And wherever, whichever, these are all your conference. Please keep on guiding us what we should do, how we should do it. We are like your kids, still learning, still has to learn, right? And that is
Thank
the
you
way
very much.
a teacher grows. So please keep on guiding. You are our mentor, guide. We always take you like that. So anything we do, even in future, we will keep on taking your advice. Any good advice which you will be giving, it will always be honored. And you are a very important person for us, for Amity family, and you are part of Amity family. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
If some kids does not do the way it to be done, you as a elder, you can always guide.
We'll let you know.
Yes. And it's really nice.
Much.
And it's really nice. I'm checking that you have got a conference in London, which you are guiding us, and we'll submit few good papers in that through our engineering students. And thank you for all the guidance and amazing. And we always cherish your lecture, your sessions, wherever we find you. So we always search you.
Thank you.
Any conference we'll be doing, we'll always send you mail, and we always want your presence in that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm always glad to join you. You know that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all for the keynote address for Confluence 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering. Even though we would have liked to invite you to our campus and have the keynote session in person, current world scenario embed us from doing so. Luckily, we are grateful to have the opportunity to keep keynote session in a virtual mode so that our students can reap the seeds from the knowledge gathered in this session. Today, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Mike Hinchey. Sir is a professor of software engineering at University of Limerick, Ireland. Prior to joining the Bureau, Professor Hinchey was director at the NASA Software Engineering Laboratory. He continues to serve as a NASA expert. In 2009, he was awarded NASA's Careless Award as Innovator of the Year. Hinchey holds a BSc in Computer Systems from University of Limerick and MSc in Computation from University of Oxford and a PhD in Computer Science from University of Cambridge. Authors, editor of more than 15 books and over 200 articles on various aspects of software engineering. At various times, Professor Hinchey previously held positions as a full professor in Australia, UK, Sweden, and USA. He is a chartered engineer, chartered engineering professional, chartered mathematician, and Chartered Information Technology Professional, as well as a fellow of IET, British Computer Society, and Irish Computer Society. He is a president of IFIP and a vice chair of IEEE UK and Ireland section. He is also a editor-in-chief of Innovations in System and Software Engineering, a NASA journal and Journal of Brazilian Computer Society. With so much on board, sir, you hardly need any introduction. Sir, we invite you on the platform to share a few words with us.
Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate the invitation to join you. It's a pity not to be in person in India, but of course we understand the difficulties these days, and well done to the organizers for managing to run this event online. So space is often called the final frontier. It is one of those great challenges. It truly is a grand challenge, as we like to call them. There is so much about space that we do know, but there's so much that we don't know, and we don't even know what we don't know. It is one of those really, really great challenges. And that's why Eisenhower set up NASA back in the 1950s. It's why John F. Kennedy made the challenge of going to the moon. It was to give an impetus, an understanding of space, but also to drive lots of new technologies. And people don't realize that, firstly, NASA spends more than 60% of its budget monitoring the Earth, not looking at space. And also by law, it is required to use any new technology it develops in a domain other than space. So it does obviously apply to developing new types of cameras, new types of screens, new methods of monitoring, sensors, etc. All of these have to be applied in other domains other than space. And our big obsession has mostly been with our nearest neighbor. We have been obsessed with Mars for a long, long time. It actually dates back to the 1870s when an Italian astronomer saw lines or what he thought were fissures on the planet, and he described these as canali in Italian. This was mistranslated to canals in English, and people thought that there were canals like we have on Earth built on Mars, and this gave people the impression that there was life and intelligent life on Mars. The idea of little green men from Mars comes actually from 1917 with a book by Edgar Rice Burroughs called Princess of Mars, which was remade as a movie, John Carter of Mars, a few years ago. So the idea of little green men doesn't go back that long, but it's more than 100 years. And of course, in recent times, we've put a number of rovers onto the planet. Starting back in 1997, we put several rovers over a period of time. The most recent one, as you know, went up in February of last year. And so these are bringing back all sorts of information, all sorts of wonderful pictures, all sorts of fabulous detail that we never really thought that we would have. And the rovers have all been far more successful than anybody ever possibly predicted. And then on Christmas Eve last year, we launched this, JWST, the James Webb Space Telescope. It is to replace the Hubble. It will go to L2, the second Lagrangian point, and it will collect all sorts of information about the beginning of our universe, almost the beginning of our universe. This is the team that worked on developing JWST, or at least part of the team. And if you look right there at the very back, that's me. So the main goal, of course, is to put humans on Mars. And so we have this mission that was called various names. It started out as being Artemis, then became Ares, Constellation, Orion, and eventually it's come back to be called Artemis again. And it is the heavy launch. It is the large craft that will go to the moon as a staging point for bringing humans to Mars ultimately. How far off is it? We've all sorts of predictions. We've all sorts of timelines. it's really hard to know, but that is our ultimate goal, and that will help us to develop so many new technologies. But putting people into space is a huge, huge task. Putting robots into space is a huge, huge task. So some of the software that's developed will be the largest applications ever developed. So the estimate for Artemis back in 1999 was that it would cost 8 billion, that's billion US dollars, just for the software. That's not the spacecraft, that's not the human endeavor, that's not the equipment, just for the software. The software has to be, by necessity, highly autonomous. The problem is that everything is so far away, we just can't send instructions. So I'm going to illustrate a mission that we've been working on for more than 20 years, and that's typical. Missions tend to be 20, 25, 30 years in the planning mode. And that it's so far away, even if we could send instructions immediately, by the time they got there, they would be so out of date. The problem is, of course, that we have huge consequences for failures. If you think of the failures of various space missions, look at how bad they are perceived. First of all, we lose 25, 30 years of planning. We lose lots and lots of money, but we lose the faith of the public. And it's the public who are ultimately paying for this via their taxes. So it is really important that these missions are successful. And as I mentioned, we have to build other technologies. We have to reuse these technologies in various other domains. This is a chart from the NASA controller, who is the chief financial officer of NASA. And what it says is that when NASA invests a small amount in planning, like 2%, it has a cost overrun of about 200%. When it invests much more, say 15%, it has a cost overrun of about 10%. Cost overruns are huge in these types of missions. So I think the shape of this graph is more or less correct, but I think it should be up and to the right. But what it tells us is that we have to plan for these types of missions. So for about 25 years now, we've been working on using swarm technologies. Essentially, we've been talking about drones, but we haven't used that name. So we're inspired by swarms of bees, colonies of ants and termites, and flocks of birds. We don't exactly copy them because we don't exactly know how they work. We have all sorts of theories about how these things work. Wilson, the great studier of ants and who figured out that ants use pheromones and so on, passed away just a few weeks ago. But we've used these technologies in a number of other areas. So it's been used in drug discovery, in communication systems, particularly video on demand. It's used by NASA and others in environmental monitoring, monitoring lakes, rivers, the oceans. And of course, it's used in exploration, not just in space, but also on Earth and under the Earth, so in mining and so on. So the idea is that we have a number of smaller spacecraft instead of one large one. Obviously, we need a large one for humans, but if we want to send something other than humans, we can send a number of smaller spacecraft. This gives us better use of solar power, and this is a big issue because battery technology, despite having gotten better over the years, is still not where we want it to be. We still are searching for a battery that can run for 12 hours, charge for 12 hours, and then run for 12 hours without loss. We want to be able to go to places where we can send large spacecraft. We want to be able to do more complex things. So even taking X-rays, for example, requires two devices that can be positioned opposite to each other. So we can't do that with a single large spacecraft. And we get greater accuracy and flexibility by being able to move things more agile. And we get resilience. This is the important thing. We don't lose an entire mission because of one piece of damage. Yes, we may not be able to achieve all of our goals, but the idea is that we have some opportunity to keep running. So we've been working on the Autonomous Nanotechnology Swarm, or ANTS. We call this a concept mission, and we say it's a concept mission because it will change dramatically by the time it ultimately launches, because the technology will just get so much better. And so this has 3 submissions with a 4th mission going to be added to it. So it is intended to go to the surface of the Moon and Mars. That would be the submission Lara, to the rings of Saturn, Sara, and to the asteroid belt. And that's the more complex one because of the complexity of the asteroid belt, the problems of collisions with the asteroid belt, and the mere fact that it is so far away. There is a 40-minute round trip delay on signals sent to and from the asteroid belt. So it basically means that everything has to be autonomous. So these are the sort of devices that we're planning to use. This we call a tet walker. So basically, this is a device that works by falling over. Each of the nodes is a computer, and transfer of control from one node to another makes the device fall over. As you can see, it can go over rough terrain, it can go over rocks, craters, and so on. And we can connect multiple of these together to create a larger device, something like a centipede or a caterpillar, that can then actually carry something as a payload. That, of course, is an animation. Here's the real thing, and you can actually see it working. It doesn't work as smoothly with Earth's gravity, but this device can shrink down to be a 30-centimeter cube. It can expand out to be 2 meters tall, and it can climb the outside of a 5-story building. So the ultimate aim is to go to the asteroid belt, and NASA has stated that it wants to put a human on an asteroid so it understands an awful lot more about how the world began. And so the idea is to send a large spacecraft to L1, which is the Earth-Moon Lagrangian point, from there to launch 1,000 small spacecraft that will be pulled just by gravity into the asteroid belt. It'll take them about 2.5 years to get there. When they get there, they will self-organize into a number of subswarms where data is collected autonomously about various asteroids of interest, and this information is sent back to Earth. And you'll see here that the arrow numbered 5 is unidirectional. So there is no signal sent from Earth to control this. Everything is done autonomously. Everything is collected simply by the mission itself. There is no control from Earth. Of course, it's monitored, but Earth has no control over what's happening. This has gotten a lot of attention. Here you can see an article from 10 years ago from New Scientist, they picked up on one of NASA's patents and saw that this was something of great interest. We received a lot of interest from here. You see the Sunday Times in the UK gave us a whole page about some of the technologies that we've been developing. And here you see my late mother, who at 81 got her first patent. I overheard her talking on the telephone to one of her friends, telling her what I do with drone technology. She didn't understand drone technology, so what she described was actually incorrect. I thought about what she was describing, and in actual fact, we actually managed to use it, and we developed patents out of it, and those patents have been licensed to NASA and are now being used in the helicopter on Mars. So this lady who didn't understand the technology actually developed something in her 80s. So we've been working in 4 areas in this, making this mission actually happen: formal methods, autonomic computing, software product lines, and automatic code generation. And I'll just talk very quickly about them. So we've developed if you like, a dashboard of formal methods. We have a number of different notations. No one notation is sufficient to describe everything we need. So we have here CCS and CSP used to describe the communication and the concurrency inherent in this mission. We're using probability, which has been somewhat difficult because the probabilities are very hard to determine. We've been using X machines and Z to describe state-based aspects. My former postdoc, now a member of faculty in our department, has developed a language called ASSL, Autonomic System Specification Language. It's a formal language that can describe these types of autonomous systems, has primitives built in to describe these types of systems. and can generate Java code. Now, NASA doesn't use Java for any flight missions, but it means that we can generate code in other languages also, and gives us a great building block. We've been using the idea of autonomic computing, where we get inspiration from the human body or the mammalian body, and in particular from the autonomic nervous system. So we're concerned with the sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight or flight part of the body. So this is how we protect the body in the short term. So think of, if you touch something hot, you automatically pull your hand back. You don't even think about it. It's built into the body. And then the parasympathetic nervous system is concerned with the rest and digest, ensuring that the body is healthy in the long term. So we've been able to build up an autonomic environment from this. So we can build in a heartbeat signal that says that something is alive and working. This is done routinely in embedded systems. We can add a pulse beat, which NASA has done for the last 45, 50 years, which is a signal indicating the health of the system, just like the body has a pulse to indicate that it's healthy. So we can send signals of different speeds or different types, indicating different situations. We can put components into sleep mode if they're not working, if there's a problem, and we can then wake them up again when we need them, if they've been fixed and if any problems have been sorted. And ultimately, we build what we call an Alice license, an autonomic license, where we have components understanding each other and knowing that they can trust each other and rely on them to provide services that are needed. We've built up ideas from software product lines, particularly feature modeling, where we can swap in and out different components. So here in red, you see the self-protection mechanism of the ANTS submission, PAM. The idea is that when there is a solar storm, which is basically the sun ejecting junk and radiation, that we can put components into the sleep mode, as I described. And then when the storm has passed, we can take them back out of that sleep mode. We don't have this issue when we go to the rings of Saturn, but we do have other issues caused by the gases and so on in the rings. So we want to do a different type of protection when we go to Saturn, and therefore we can swap out these components and swap in the new components to deal with that. We have developed, patented, and licensed to a major tool vendor a new type of code generation mechanism. The idea is that if we have requirements as scenarios, and initially that would have been natural language, but it could be something like UML, it could be something described in any other notation that can be parsed. We want to develop appropriate models so that we can generate code, and that's well understood. We want to be able to extract models from code, and again, that is quite well understood. Then if we just take the mathematical laws of concurrency, the equivalences of doing things in certain ways, and reverse that, we get a round-trip engineering method that lets us go from requirements to models to code and all the way back again. So we've built a tool to do this. I don't know if you can see the shading very well on the screen here, but this is basically composed of some existing technology, some technology we've built ourselves, some open source and commercially available technologies. The idea is that we can automate the entire software development process. We have much better quality code. We can do proof of properties of our implementation. We can do proof of correctness. We can do a sort of automated what-if analysis of our requirements. And we guarantee that our code matches our requirements. And this is the key issue for us. And this is the important thing, because we're investing so much money in this software. And again, if it fails, we lose so much faith of the public and 25, 30 years of planning. So to date, we've used it in end-to-end automatic code generation of provably correct systems. We've automatically re-implemented systems after changes. We've exploited reuse across various platforms. And again, NASA does not use standard chips. It has the chips built specifically for it. And the reason is that it needs to be low weight, low power to be able to be practical for use in space. We can reverse engineer legacy systems to a sound model. So we can take software that's very old, and NASA owns the oldest software. The oldest still working software is believed to be Voyager. It's more than 55 years old, and it is believed to be still running, even though it's now gone interstellar and we can't connect to it. We can document some existing systems, so expert systems, for example, that are used for monitoring satellites that were written 40, 50 years ago, and the documentation has been lost or not properly maintained. We can now understand these much better. And then we can re-engineer some existing legacy systems into something that's much more efficient and much more maintainable and manageable. So far, we've used a number of agent-based systems, specifically for monitoring satellites. We've used it in a number of wireless sensor networks. So if you like to think of the ANTS mission as a wireless sensor network on steroids, so the sensors are far more complex because they are spacecraft that are collecting data, but essentially that's what they are, is a wireless sensor network. We've used it, we're using it on the ANTS mission, and we've used it in verifying the robotic procedures for the Hubble Space Telescope. Again, the Hubble, of course, been a great success. It has had its issues, it's had its maintenance problems, but it's brought back so many wonderful images from space. And what we're going to get with JWST is just going to be phenomenal. So we've actually developed, using this technology, the servicing mission for the Hubble. So here you see some of the servicing instructions. If it looks like a Word document, it is, but it's about 5,000 pages of a Word document. The big advantage is that we can tag it and we can feed it into our tool. So here you can see our tool generates CSPM, which is a machine readable version of CSP, and lets us analyze what has been done with the servicing. We actually found a problem. It kept crashing after about 30 seconds. We thought this is just because the tool is a prototype, but in actual fact, we discovered a major problem on the very first line of the 5,000 pages of instructions. I'm sure this would have been found by other methods and by other means, but it was very useful to us to be able to demonstrate that we could find this so quickly. So again, we're looking to Artemis, we're looking to go to the moon and using that as a staging point for going to Mars. The technology that is developed in all of this will have applications and benefits in so many other domains. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. But a word of warning, just because we can do everything on paper doesn't mean that it scales up, doesn't mean that it's all going to work perfectly. And as we've seen in other missions, we can have all sorts of serious problems. So we have a lot of work to do yet, but we do look forward to some great achievement in space exploration. And we are doing what we can to make these missions so much more effective and so much more resilient. So thank you very much for your kind invitation to join you again. I wish we were there in person, but it is really wonderful to be with you, even just online. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, sir. Any question? Sir, I got one question on behalf of one student. I am putting in the chat box.
Okay.
Will you be able to see that?
I can see it. What measures have already been taken to avoid space debris, and which ones need to be taken in the future? Actually, that's a very big question. There are a number of projects looking at space debris and the problem of space debris, and you've probably read in the media recently about numbers of close collisions and problems with things almost colliding with the space station and so on. It is a big issue. There are a number of projects, some which are looking at collecting some of the debris or destroying the debris so that it's smaller. The fact that so many people, so many countries and organizations are now launching things into space makes the problem much, much bigger. It's a huge problem. I think it would be multiple talks just to explain some of the technology. But yes, there are plans to do things about it, whether it's collecting the debris, destroying the debris, or regulating who can launch what and where. And so it's a big problem.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your enlightening words, sir. It was a pleasure to listen you giving insight about the topic building resilient space exploration missions. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. Your talk was particularly insightful at a time when students are considering new ideas to broaden their knowledge for expanding growth in the field of computer science. I believe your words have set new levels of expectations that our students aspire for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude knowing how busy you are. We appreciate the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care.